Welcome into Countdown to Kickoff on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Tyler Danburg alongside Caleb Spinner with you as the Wisconsin Badgers travel to Columbus for the first time since 2019 to take on the third-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes. And Caleb, coming into this one, these two teams haven't met since the Big Ten title game 3 years ago, but it should be a good matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. To quote Beauty and the Beast, it's a tale as old as time. Offense versus defense. Ohio State comes in from by far the best offensive performance they've had of the season, 77 points on the out-of-conference opponent Toledo Rockets. Meanwhile, Wisconsin coming in with one of the best defenses in the conference, if not the entire country. It'll be interesting to see how those two teams pair off tonight.
The Badgers 2-1 and the Buckeyes 3-0, but those non-conference games, they're in the rearview mirror. Now it's time for conference play to open up in the Big Ten, and these two teams happen to be two of the best historically in the Big Ten Conference.
Yeah, and even this year, you look at both are favored to win their respective divisions in the Big Ten. Ohio State, the East Division, and then Wisconsin in the West. So perhaps, this being the first time we've seen them since their last Big Ten Conference championship, who knows, maybe they meet it again this year. Who knows?
You never know what could happen, especially in that Big Ten West. It's very unpredictable, especially with the way Minnesota's been playing to start. They're up currently on Michigan State 34-0 in what could be a major upset for PJ Fleck. So this could be a good opportunity for Wisconsin to try and get out onto the right foot, but it is going to be tough. They're going to be down their starting left tackle and their starting right tackle as well.
Yeah, I said it on our recording of the Block O show this week on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio TV that I like Minnesota to win the Big Ten West. I know that goes against a lot of what the experts said at the beginning of this year, putting the Badgers in that spot, as I mentioned moments ago, but I like what Minnesota's been able to do this year. They've been one of the consistent teams coming out week after week, and in a season where we've seen ranked teams lose to unranked teams and perform not as well against teams they should beat, Minnesota has stuck in there. They have rode the boat like PJ Fleck has taught them to, and they are my favorite. I think they're not going against the tide. I think they're going with it.
They're going to take on an Ohio State team featuring the top total offense in college football right now, averaging over 560 yards per game. Now, Ohio State, they got a big performance last week against Toledo. We'll talk more about that as we roll along here on Countdown to Kickoff on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. But the key storyline, injuries. They're going to be losing a couple personnel, including star wide receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba, as well as two of their corners, Jordan Hancock, who still hasn't played this season, and another cornerback in Cameron Brown.
Yeah, but again, referencing what we talked about earlier this week on the Block O show, starting position, whether it be quarterback, receiver, safety, whatever position you're talking about here, it's almost been like through these first 3 weeks that's just been a ceremonial title, because they're certainly not getting a majority of the reps. It's almost split evenly, especially when you look at the running backs, Travion Henderson and Mayan Williams. They're almost 50-50 in terms of percentage of carries that they've had throughout this time, and even more with the receivers of Emeka Egbuka, Marvin Harrison Jr., Xavier Johnson, Julian Fleming. We got to see him last week. So, of course, you're going to be a little bit worse of a football team without Jackson Smith-Njigba in there, but I'm not worried if I'm an Ohio State fan on what this passing game can do.
A lot of those wide receivers you mentioned, Caleb, they were big in last week's 77-21 victory over the Toledo Rockets of the Mid-American Conference.
Yeah, if Ohio State weren't the merciful football team that we know they are, and they'd kept their starters in with CJ Stroud coming in there still once again instead of having to go to that third-string quarterback Devin Brown, I think you could have run up triple digits on the Rockets the way Ohio State was playing, but that contributes a lot to that average 500-plus yards that they've had up to this point in the season. They just came out on their best offensive performance, as I said earlier, and I don't know if they slow down over this week.
They went 11 for 12 on scoring drives. All 11 of those scoring opportunities, touchdowns. Second most points, second most total yards in a single game in school history. What were your takeaways from that Week 3 matchup?
Well, I think the biggest takeaway was how much depth Ohio State has. Again, talking about those receivers and the running back specifically, even when Ohio State was putting in their reserves, in air quotes, it still wasn't resulting in too much of a loss of production. So I think that was a big thing that stuck with me, getting to see Devin Brown for the first time at quarterback, the third string on the depth chart, coming in as a true freshman, being redshirted this year, more than likely than not. this was our first time to get to see him really in a Buckeyes uniform, and he did not disappoint. Same thing with Kyle McCord as well. Of course, got to mention him.
Countdown to kickoff here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Let's shift over to Wisconsin and their last matchup, Caleb, because they came back to Camp Randall Stadium after a tough 17-14 loss to Washington State, but they overcome it with a 66-7 victory over New Mexico State.
Yeah, and this was a true cleansing game, if you will. Coming in with bad energy, with a bad taste in your mouth after that loss the week before. You've got a chip on your shoulder. You got something to prove. And unfortunately, New Mexico State was the victim in that. But it's another thing, if you look at the comparisons between the games, the last games for both of these teams, coming in against an out-of-conference opponent and just pouring on the offense, getting up near that same mark, at least saying both teams were plus 60 or over 60 points respectively. This was just an offensive showcase for Graham Mertz and the Wisconsin Badgers.
And that was something that was not often the development for Wisconsin. Their identity, especially as an offense over the last couple of years, you could make an argument over the last decade or so, is running the football. But they bring in Bobby Ingram from the NFL as the offensive coordinator this year to join head coach Paul Christ's staff. And now they have a little bit more of a balanced attack since Ohio State saw the Badgers last in 2019.
And they make the adjustment to the passing game, but in my eyes, they are still a run-heavy school. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going in the right direction in terms of their air production. They're certainly bringing in a new offensive coordinator to focus on the passing game rather, is certainly a step in the right direction. But you look back, Jonathan Taylor now beasting it up for the Indianapolis Colts in the NFL. We'll talk about Braylon Allen here in a few minutes, the beast between the tackles for Wisconsin this year. They are still producing quality running backs, and that's going to be one of the things to watch is Braylon Allen this week.
And that lineage goes on and on. You can look back to Ron Dane, who back in 1999 in this very stadium led Wisconsin to a win against Ohio State in an instant classic, even dating back to the 50s with Alan Amici as well. But Graham Mertz, the quarterback, he's getting another opportunity, third-year starter, and he's getting the chance to air it out a little bit more. What have you seen from Mertz this year?
Well, I've seen him slowly growing back into what he was when Ohio State played him in the Big Ten Championship. A lot of the reason that they made it to that level, the Wisconsin Badgers talking about here, was because of the production of Graham Mertz through the air. And I think over the last 2 years, kind of got away from that in terms of the running back focus, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but you're starting to see more of the responsibility fall on his shoulders, being able to complete downfield, not necessarily entirely relying on the running game. You're starting to see that focus switch over, the spotlight shift more to him, and it's showing how he's grown and how he is ready to take that back, the weight back on his shoulders over the last 2 years and now climaxing in this one.
Mertz will go up, Caleb, against an Ohio State defense that through 3 games this year has already allowed half as many points and half as many third down conversions as they had through 3 games last year under Jim Knowles.
Yeah, it's a fantastic defense here, and again, I keep mentioning it every single time we go on air. That was the big question mark going into Notre Dame. The offense was checkmarked. We knew they were going to be good, if you're talking about the perspective of an Ohio State fan. Everybody who looked at Ohio State knew they were going to be a good offense, didn't know how the defense was going to be, and then that script was flipped after week 1. The offense had a slow start, the defense looked phenomenal. So it has been a consistent few weeks for Ohio State defensively of success, and I think there's no longer any doubt in my mind that this team can be great on defense.
Here's what first-year defensive coordinator Jim Knowles had to say this week when talking about his defense and going up against Wisconsin's offense. So Knowles was talking about the interior linemen and how crucial they've been in stopping the run. That was something that we mentioned on our Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio pregame Twitter hit called From the Field. How big are the interior linemen going to be? That 4-man, 5-man front even at times against a Wisconsin offensive line that is going to be down 2 starters.
Well, first, for those people who are watching on Scarlet and Gray TV, unfortunately you're not able to hear that. We're going to troubleshoot a way to do that for next week's game against Rutgers, so you can hear what those who are listening on the radio heard as well as see us here in the booth. But those front 4 especially have been important. And I know Coach Knowles brings in a few different sets where he rushes 3 or he'll rush 5 or he'll bring the linebackers in and go 7 in certain instances. But just generalizing to the first 4, we've seen Mike Hall come out of nowhere, especially in that Notre Dame game. Of course, Tommy Eichenberg, the main linebacker for Ohio State, coming in there and disrupting in the backfield, whether you're talking Daquan Finn, Tyler Buckner, or whoever it is through these 4 weeks. So those front 4 are incredible. And like we were talking about with the running game, they're going to have to be big tonight against Braylon Allen.
And then on the outsides, the edge rushers for Ohio State, they've been so close in getting those sacks. They've done a great job putting pressure on the quarterback, but who are some edge rushers that could take the next step in this game and try and take advantage of Wisconsin being down Riley Malman as well as Jack Nelson?
Well, it's got to be Jack Sawyer, and you're going to be the one who's looking at him. He's the leader on that side. He is going to be a fantastic piece for this Ohio State offense. We talked about, for the defense, to disrupt opposing offenses. We talked about potentially his transition from that jack end spot to the Leo spot. Basically, all we're talking about is how mobile he is on the edge. And he is able to get in the backfield and chase down a quarterback. It's just about finishing. And he's going to have to take advantage of these linemen who are going to be out for Wisconsin.
Now, you talk a lot about that Leo position or the jack end position. What makes that such an interesting role in a Jim Knowles defense?
Well, I think it's the optimal build that you have to play that. You have to be the size of a lineman, you know, the big 6'5" to 8, somewhere in that range, the 260 pounds. You basically have, it's a position where you look like DeJuan Jones on Ohio State, but you play like Tommy Eichenberg. You have the mobility of a linebacker, and I think that's what makes it so deadly. It's the demon love child of the defensive line and the linebackers, and that's what makes it so scary, is to see somebody of that size with that speed. Again, ideally, you'll see a couple people who do this to varying degrees of success, whether you're looking at college football or the NFL, where this position still plays. But it's just that double combination of size and speed that makes it so terrifying for opposing quarterbacks.
Another terrifying piece to this Ohio State football team, their quarterback, C.J. Stroud, who's off to a roaring hot start.
He certainly has a chip on his shoulder from not making the Heisman recipient last year. I think he's on a tear to get it this year, and you'd be remiss to disagree if you look at his stats through the season so far. He has been electric through the air when we've gotten to see him. Slow start in the Notre Dame game, but more or less since then has put the train back on the tracks, and especially, like I said, it culminated in that Toledo game last weekend. It'll be interesting to see how he comes out with first drive tonight.
He played 3 quarters in that Toledo game, and he threw for over 5 touchdowns. On the season, Stroud has completed just under 73% of his passes for 941 yards and a nation-leading 11 touchdowns. He also has the second highest passing efficiency rating in all of college football.
And of course the yards are going to draw the attention. How many touchdown passes has he thrown? That's going to draw the attention. The thing for me is the completion percentage, because that shows me how smart your quarterback is. Whether they're and now, of course, you got to watch the film to really know this. But looking at a completion percentage, especially with how many passes he's gone through, it's one thing to be 3 for 3 100%, but it's one thing to be at 73% with as many passes as he's thrown through the air. That shows me that a quarterback is smart. They know when something's there, when it's not. They know not to force it, and they're also making good plays, and they have good receivers there as well, because that's the other part of completing a pass, is the receiver has to catch it.
And those receivers you're talking about, 2 of them, in Marvin Harrison Jr. and Emeka Egbuka, happen to be in the top 3, both of them, in all of the Big Ten in receiving yards.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. And in an offseason where we come in talking about Jackson Smith and Jigba and Julian Fleming as the 2 main ones, and then of course a little bit of Egbuka here, a little bit of Xavier Johnson, but they're not taking up as many of the headlines as JSN and Fleming were. to come in and see their production through 3 weeks of football going into 4 has been a surprise and a half for Ohio State fans, for fans watching across the country, and for us up here in the booth. Of course, we know they're capable of the talent that they have. Of course, you wouldn't be at Ohio State if you couldn't complete catches like they have, but they have really taken on a lot of this offensive responsibility, and they've done it really well. As Ohio State, I'm watching in the Jumbotron here, getting ready to run out in those black unis.
It is a blackout here at Ohio Stadium. We are about 14 minutes away from having Matt Goldman and Kole Emplit join us on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. You're still listening to Countdown to Kickoff on SGSR, but here come the Buckeyes out of the tunnel to our right, donning the all-black uniforms, scarlet letters, scarlet numbers, and the black helmets. What a gorgeous look from the Buckeyes.
It's been a long time since we've seen these, and of course people are going to look at, 3 years since then, and they're thinking, wow, that's a long time, but these are one of my favorite uniforms. No, these are my favorite uniforms that Ohio State does, only just above slightly that scarlet combination that Ohio State did for Penn State last year. But I've loved these uniforms. I've wanted to see them come here. I'm glad they didn't decide to go further back and bring the Braxton Miller era red and grays, because frankly, I think those need a little bit of work before they hit the light of day again. But these uniforms are fantastic, and you couldn't pick a better game to bring these back out for.
Ohio State wearing the all-black for the 4th time in program history, first since October 5th, 2019 versus Michigan State. They're unbeaten in the all-black as well. Here's Ryan Day for those listening on the radio side of the call. Here's Ryan Day and his thoughts on the Wisconsin Badgers and what his offense needs to do in tonight's game, coming up at 7:30. Back here on Countdown to Kickoff on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, Tyler Danburg alongside Caleb Spinner. You just heard Ryan Day on the radio call talk about this week, his approach for Wisconsin going up against a really good defense, one that's allowing just 8 points, 76 rushing yards, and 246 total yards per game. Those are all top 15 marks in the country. Jim Leonard, defensive coordinator, brings a unique scheme, and he has had one of the top defenses in his tenure in Madison.
Well, Jim Leonard has firsthand experience of what it's like to be on the Wisconsin defense, coming in as a former player before taking his role on the coaching staff. This is going to be an interesting game to see Wisconsin. Of course, those numbers come in very impressive, but let's be honest, they're going to be a bit more inflated after today. Ohio State's offense, not saying necessarily they'll get the win, not counting Wisconsin out of this early, just saying that Ohio State's offense is too good to keep those numbers at where they are. You're going to allow more than 8 points by the end of this contest. But looking at where Wisconsin comes in, you could not ask for a better spot defensively to come in with the numbers that you have, with the reputation that you have. It's going to be a big matchup for Ohio State. This is easily going to be the best defense that they've played all season. That's not saying much, but it's going to be certainly intimidating for Ohio State. They're going to have to get off to a hot start tonight.
And it's a battle of strength on strength, offense for Ohio State versus defense for Wisconsin. But being more specific, Ohio State, they still have yet to turn the ball over offensively. They had that fumble against Arkansas State by J.K. Johnson on the punt return. Wisconsin, meanwhile, they have 10 takeaways this year, and a lot of them have been via the interception.
Yeah, they are deadly in that secondary, too, picking off almost where Ohio State has not been with the 8 interceptions on the year. this is where they differ themselves from Ohio State, is the success in the secondary. Ohio State just got their first 2 turnovers last week. Meanwhile, Wisconsin has 4 times that many going into this game. So that's going to be certainly something for C.J. Stroud to watch out for. Of course, that completion percentage he's going to want to hold tight to at 73%. That may drop a bit today, but it's something to watch for, specifically when you look at Wisconsin's defense, saying it's great overall, but specifically paying attention to that secondary.
Now, Wisconsin still doesn't have their top corner in Alexander Smith in the lineup. He's been nursing that injury, has yet to play this year. But in the middle, they are led by outside linebacker Nick Herbig, who had a lot of shoes to fill, a preseason second-team All-American filling in last year. He was kind of that third linebacker in the defense alongside Leo Chenal, Jack Sanborn, 2 guys that are now doing great things in the NFL. But Herbig has really stepped up this year already. He's got 5 sacks, 5 tackles for a loss, and here he was at Big Ten Media Days earlier this year talking about making that next step as a linebacker. So what can Nick Herbig bring to the table, as you just heard him talk about his abilities as a linebacker, not being worried about the linebacker room, but then also how excited he is for playing in big-time environments like the one we're going to see in a blackout at the Horseshoe come the next 25 minutes.
Well, I think the biggest thing he can bring is pressure, and he's got to make C.J. Stroud feel uncomfortable in his home arena, which is easier said than done. So he's got to bring that pressure in the middle. He's also got to be a distractor when Stroud drops back to pass. If he's going to be a bluffer in the back, if he has to drop back and crowd that area for Stroud to go, he's got to make sure that he is distracting. Is he going to be in man coverage? Is he going to come over to zone? Where is he going to go? That's the question that he has to put in C.J. Stroud's head and make him think, where is Herbig each and every play?
And shifting back to the offensive side, Caleb, you talked about it at the top of the broadcast here on Countdown to Kickoff on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. We've got a great matchup of 2 true sophomore phenoms at the running back position, Braylon Allen and Travion Henderson.
And like I said in our From the Field earlier in this day, earlier in our broadcast day, if you will, that started at 4:30 here at Ohio Stadium. We get here early, we do our homework, but there are 21 pounds that separate these 2 running backs. Travion Henderson weighing in at 214, and Braylon Allen coming in at a monster weight of 235, which is all muscle, I guarantee you. But he is the closest thing to a fullback as we have in our modern game, where a lot of players, or a lot of teams, have focused on just having 2 agile running backs. He is the closest thing to a bulldozer that I have seen in a while, maybe even since Peyton Hillis wore a Browns uniform back in the day in the NFL.
Always had to give a shout out to former Arkansas Razorback and Madden 12 cover athlete in Peyton Hillis. And we do have some news coming in. We'll take a look at the injury report so far. Wisconsin, we mentioned no Riley Malman on that right side of the line. And on the left side, the tackle, Jack Nelson, will also be out for another week as well, and how that threw a wrinkle. And that might affect Braylon Allen. That might affect the backfield for Wisconsin, because not only has Braylon Allen been productive, but Ches Malusi has just been as advertised as well.
Yeah, you're going to have to rely on the reserves, especially on the line, to take on Ohio State. We already talked about how great the Ohio State front 4 has been on defense. This is going to be a big ask for Wisconsin to come in and fill those 2 positions, especially when we talked about Jack Sawyer and what he brings on the end, when we talk about Mike Hall and what he does damage up the middle. This is going to be a point of emphasis for Wisconsin to get on success early, is making sure that their backups are ready to come in and perform against these big players of Ohio State.
And for Ohio State, it's not on the offensive side where they're going to see a lot of injuries. It is noted that Jackson Smith-Njigba, leading wide receiver from last year, still not yet ready to go. He will not play But we also have some news coming in, according to Dan Hope of 11 Warriors. He just tweeted out, said that Denzel Burke, who is wearing a cast on his right hand in pregame warmups, is not dressed in uniform. He will not play. Neither will Cam Brown. So Ohio State down both of their starting corners coming into tonight's matchup against Wisconsin.
So that shifts the focus to the sideline, specifically focusing on what those post routes are going to be from the X and Z receivers respectively. How are they going to go for Wisconsin? Are they going to recognize this shift? Are they going to focus more through the air? Are they going to try to use that to relieve Braylon Allen when he gets tired, when Ohio State starts to pick up on what they're doing on the running game? But that's going to be something to watch. I've given you so many things to watch as a fan. You're like, I might just watch every player. But that's specifically going to be something, especially with those absences. We talked about Wisconsin, how those are going to be absences to watch. Ohio State just has just as many.
So we talked about some absences to watch. Who are tonight's players to watch, presented by Barrio Tacos?
Well, I like CJ Stroud, of course. He's going to be somebody to watch every single game on his road to potentially a Heisman, seeing not only his numbers for the game, but also how he looks. Does he pass the eye test? Is he comfortable under pressure? Does he know when to roll? Does he know when to throw it away? Does he know when to try to force it, make that Hail Mary pass? I'm watching Braylon Allen, of course, the Wisconsin running back. How does he perform? He comes in highly touted with a reputation as being one of the best running backs in college football. How does he perform against one of the best defensive fronts in college football as well? And then Graham Mertz, too. I'm adding a second one in from Wisconsin to make this 3 overall. How does he perform against Ohio State secondary? We saw a few lapses over the Toledo game, over the Arkansas State game, even back in Notre Dame in that Week 1 matchup. Does he take advantage of it? Does Ohio State present those advantages for him to take a look at? How does he perform in a loud environment, in a special game in the blackout? How does he perform in one of the largest and loudest atmospheres in college football?
That question's going to be answered in about 32 minutes as the kickoff is scheduled around 7:44, 7:45. We'll get you started with the play-by-play with Matt and Kole at 7:30. Now, Caleb, Wisconsin, their receivers, they're led by Shimray DK as well as Skylar Bell, but Clay Cundiff, the junior tight end, is going to be just as much of a focal point in Paul Chryst's offense tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, and he looks like Cade Stover for Ohio State, where he's one of those guys who you can use as a blocker if you have to, but he can also be that decoy. If you need somebody to draw attention from the secondary, go out, make a sharp cut, run a good route. He's certainly a guy who can do that as well. He is a jack of all trades for the Wisconsin offense.
Talked about Cundiff for Wisconsin, Cade Stover, the tight end for Ohio State, who's been one of their big gain guys, which is rare for a tight end. As we wrap up, if you had to pick a couple breakout Buckeyes, or if there's one that stands out to you, who would it be?
I don't know if there is one. I think because, like I said, starting is not necessarily anything more than ceremonial. You've got times where, of course, you're going to have to be the better player. You got to come in, take the load. You got to play against some of the better guys when you're talking about in terms of the depth chart. Maybe look at Mayan Williams. I want to continue to watch that pair in the backfield of Travion Henderson and Mayan Williams. Do they continue to split reps, assuming they're both successful on the ground? I'd maybe look at that. I look at Tommy Eichenberg, Mike Hall. Do they continue their performances on the defensive side? And then once again, I look at Graham Mertz, I think is going to be a big key to this game. When we talk about the running game, all he has to do is hand off the ball. But if that doesn't work, if Ohio State gets that early, because if we see it, Ohio State knows to watch for it, is he able to switch the dial and go to the air and make them just as deadly through the air offensively as on the ground?
Before we wrap up, some final thoughts from you, partner. Keys to the game, what's the one thing that stands out for Wisconsin that you're looking forward to seeing, and then for Ohio State as well?
Well, I think Ohio State, first off, they're going to have to play all three aspects of defense really well, focusing on area, up front, in the middle, secondary, in the backfield. Everybody is going to have to work together. We've seen through these last 3 weeks that certain aspects have been great and certain ones have not. The linebackers in the front may have been great, but the secondary is lacking. The secondary might have been great while the front four are lacking. Everybody, all three of those spots have to work really well, have to work close to perfectly tonight if they want to slow down the Wisconsin offense. Meanwhile, switching over, again, I've talked about it a lot, that running game with Braylon Allen. How does Ohio State attack that? How does Wisconsin work on getting through the Ohio State defense? And if that doesn't work, if that ends up being something that gets shut down specifically early, can they switch out of it? Can they?
That is it for us on Countdown to Kickoff on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. For Caleb Spinner, I'm Tyler Danburg signing off. We will send it to Matt Goldman and Kole Emplit, who will have the call coming up in just a few minutes on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student radio network of Ohio State Athletics. Wisconsin and number 3, Ohio State, kicking off in under 27.5 minutes. on, look at the...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. As we got an NCAA football matchup tonight, a Big Ten conference opener between the number 3 Ohio State Buckeyes and the visiting Wisconsin Badgers, 2-1. I'm Kole Emplit, joined today by my partner, Matt Goldman. Matt, it's nice to have you up here for our first game together. How you feeling?
You know, I'm feeling great, Cole. This is a great environment. The Blackout, this is our first game together. Destiny's been calling, finally together here in the shoe. And the environment, we thought Notre Dame environment was unbelievable. This looks like it might top it tonight.
The Blackout is truly incredible as well. Ohio State is 3-0 when wearing these uniforms. Something that Wisconsin's got to keep an eye out. But these two teams have much history between them. This game matches the programs with the most Big Ten divisional titles since the conference moved to divisional rounds in 2011. Ohio State has won or shared 10 consecutive division titles, while Wisconsin has won or shared 5. Now, something interesting to note, Wisconsin has not beaten Ohio State at the Horseshoe since 2004, Matt. 18 years building up. How important is it for the Wisconsin fans who made that travel here today? How important is it they want to see that Badger win against the Buckeyes?
Oh, I'm sure they want a victory. 2004, I was 2 years old. I believe you were around 3, so we didn't know any better back then. However, Wisconsin fans have been in shambles against the Buckeyes. Twice they lost to the Buckeyes, most recent 2019. And this stadium's electric right now. Dotting the I for the marching band, the best damn band in the land. But Wisconsin is going to have a big test today against the #1 offense in the nation.
#1 offense in the nation is Ohio State, who had a record-setting 11 touchdowns last weekend as they blew out the Toledo Rockets. And Wisconsin's really going to have to be able to keep up that momentum with Ohio State tonight. The Buckeyes have won 8 consecutive games over the Badgers, including a 38-7 win in 2019 at Ohio Stadium. But also, remember the last time these two matched up against each other? Big Ten Championship 2019, Ohio State was down 21-7 at halftime. For the Buckeyes eventually made that second half run to pull away with the Big Ten Championship. So now it's not exactly having all those players on the roster still, but it's definitely in the back of the 9 for those Badgers fans.
Oh, for sure. Wisconsin knows that Ohio State's had their number for many years. Wisconsin has not been able to be victorious in front of the Buckeyes because of Ohio State's grit. They're athletes, they're just stronger, better, and that's just a testament to Ohio State in the way they've been. However, this Wisconsin team is one of the most underrated teams in the nation. They have the number 11 defense overall in the country. This team can do it tonight, but will they be able to? And I think also 105,000 plus screaming at you is going to be really tough. And for Wisconsin fans, I think they need to have some patience, especially they lost to Washington State this year. They've already dealt with a loss, in a surprising loss to Washington State that happened September 10th. That was a 17-14 game. So they know what it's like to feel loss. However, this is an Ohio State team that is really well talented, but there are some injuries that could cause the Buckeyes to be a little weak.
Without their starting cornerbacks.
Well, I think it's going to be difficult for Ohio State on the defensive side, especially in the secondary. You're going to need to elevate some of your safeties now to go fill those cornerback spots. You just said there are only 3 scholarship cornerbacks on this team. Jair Brown's going to get one of those starts today along J.K. Johnson, 2 guys who have never started at cornerback for Ohio State. That is pretty telling, but it does help that Wisconsin's wide receiver room is not the most experienced either, so this is going to be an interesting test. But Ohio State, with Jim Knowles, you just mentioned, is going to have to come up with some different schemes and formations than he's used to. He's going to have to use the safeties more than usual. Ohio State's known for their nickel formations, especially on defense, where they have 2 high safeties, 3 cornerbacks. That's the nickel defense. They're not going to be able to do that today with 3 cornerbacks in total. They're going to have to see, we're most likely going to see 3 linebackers on the field at all time with Cody Simon, Tommy Eichenberg, and Steel Chambers.
And that's something about these Buckeyes. Ever since Jim Knowles left to Oklahoma State, who led one of the best defenses in the country to come to Ohio State this offseason, we've seen that those players have really bought into his system, and it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to really buy in tonight. Like we talked about, the starting cornerbacks are down. They're going to have to do a little more defensive schemes going on. But this Ohio State defense has been phenomenal so far this year. Through only 3 games, they've only given up half as many points, 43, as they did last year at 86, and it's half as many third down conversions as well in 2021. It's a brand new defense. They're definitely buying in, as Ohio State Buckeyes are about to run out now. Like we talked about, Matt, it is a breathtaking atmosphere, 100,000 plus strong for the annual Blackout.
This is unbelievable, and we are treated to such a great game. 7:30 kickoff, national TV, blackout. Everybody in the stadium is currently in theme. You see that little Wisconsin section of the parents, families, and friends. But this is what you come to Ohio State for. If you're a recruit and you're seeing this environment, how could you not want to come play here for Ryan Day and company? This is one of the top teams in the nation. They're number 3 for a reason. And then you add in the extracurriculars around it. It's something that a football fan and a football player would love to be at.
And Ryan Day's about to lead his squad out now as we see the Buckeyes in those full black uniforms. About 6.5 minutes left till kickoff. Ryan Day 37-4 so far in his 4 seasons at Ohio State, 2-0 against Wisconsin. Last week we were talking about that breathtaking performance that his offense put up against Toledo. 77-21 victory where C.J. Stroud just had another Heisman moment as he threw for 5 touchdowns, over 367 yards. This speaks to the volume of that Ohio State offense as the shoe is rocking now with the Buckeyes coming out. Matt, how does C.J. Stroud really keep his game going now that he's got a more quality defense, a quality opponent in that Badger front line that we can expect that get some action thrown at him?
So Stroud won the Big Ten Offensive Player of the Week this past week. Phenomenal performance. You just mentioned that 77-21 victory over the Toledo Rockets. Stroud, 21 yards away from 9th all-time in passing yards, and he's only played 1 full season of football. That is mind-blowing to think about. So I think Stroud today, I would like to think that the game plan is going to be keep it simple against this Wisconsin defense, because Wisconsin is one of the top defenses. Defensive coordinator Jim Leonhard, he has been able to consistently have his defense in the top 10 every single season. They only do return 3 starters on the defense for Wisconsin, so that is a little trouble in paradise. But for Ohio State and C.J. Stroud, I think it's keep it simple, get your crossing routes going, maybe have a go route there and then, especially with your faster receivers like Emeka, Buka in the slot. I think that is where Ohio State could be really strong. And Marvin Harrison Jr. leads the nation, 5 touchdown receptions. He's going to have a big day.
5 minutes away from kickout, we're about to hear the national anthem. We'll take a quick break here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio before we have the kickoff of the first half action and home opener. And just what a breathtaking atmosphere, 100,000 plus strong here in the Horseshoe as the Wisconsin Badgers now take the field to the roaring boo across the crowd. And Wisconsin's gonna have some work to do tonight. Like we discussed, they're 2-1 on the year. They had a blowout victory last week against New Mexico State where they won 66-7. And this offensive identity really continues to come on the ground. We talked about sophomore running back Braylon Allen. He's 5th in the Big Ten in rushing through 3 games as he's carried for 50 times for 332 yards and has scored 5 touchdowns along with it. He's going to be one of the main driving forces in this offense, but it's a little more balanced this time of year as quarterback Graham Mertz is coming off one of his best games of the season as he's completed 12 of his 15 passes last week for 251 yards and 3 touchdowns. On the season, he's completed 71% of his passes, which is good for 4th best in the Big Ten.
I still hear nothing.
Ohio State and Wisconsin now meeting in the middle of the block go, in the middle of the field for the coin toss. Looking at Wisconsin head coach Paul Chryst in his 8th season, 67-24. During his tenure, he's 0-4 against the Buckeyes. Something that he's going to definitely try to get added to his resume tonight. Chryst spent 3 seasons at Pittsburgh from 2012 to 2014, and man, he would love to get something going tonight. Defensively, though, for the Badgers, much more improved than last season, as they're one of the 11th best in the country. As their defensive coordinator Jim Leonard's back for his 6th season, 7th coaching overall for his alma mater. And under Leonard, All-American safety during his playing days at Wisconsin, the Badgers have been dominant. And they're going to need to really show up tonight, like we talked about, against Ohio State, who boasts the #1 passing offense in the nation.
Cole, this is going to be fun tonight. Let's have some fun. Wisconsin, Ohio State. Big Ten play starts now at the Shoe.
It's going to be a fun one tonight. Seems to me, I think Wisconsin will be receiving the start. But man, we talk about the atmosphere, we hear it at the Horseshoe, the OHIO ringing around. It can be intimidating for even the best of opponents once they hear that atmosphere and that crowd noise coming from the other side.
It doesn't get much crazier than this. This stadium is pretty much sold out at this point. Everyone in black at the moment. This is just so exciting to see. If you're an opponent coming in here, this is not easy to deal with from a communication standpoint, but also from a nerve standpoint, that you have to deal with all these fans screaming at you, hoping you mess up. That's a big deal.
And excuse me, I actually think Wisconsin will be kicking off first. That means the Ohio State offense will be the first to the field. Badgers, number 22, Jack Van Dyke, the junior from Neenah, Wisconsin, the local kid, will get things started for this Big Ten conference opener between the Badgers and Ohio State Buckeyes. Chip Tyranum back, looking to receive the kick.
Now, just for Chip, the hype that came in for him for his first game, he came from Arizona State as a linebacker, still is a linebacker, but he is a unit and can run down the field. Ryan Day said he is someone they're excited to watch, and we might see something right now in this environment.
The Horseshoe is for sure rocking. Jack Van Dyke takes his steps. He's eyeing up the kick, and it's away for the Big Ten conference opener. Chip Tranum in the backfield. He's got it at the 15. He muffs the kickoff, and he's going to be wrapped up near the 10-yard line. Almost a devastating start for the Buckeyes, as Tranum was just unable to really control the ball on that one.
Well, I don't think that was the best move. I think in a way I jinxed.
Gain of looks like almost 4 yards on that one, just comes short of the 15-yard line. A quick 4-yard gain for Ohio State.
Trying to have Cade Stover come and distract the defenders and move a linebacker over was successful. You didn't get much from Travion Henderson. However, you're moving the ball up, and that's about a 4-yard gain, as you just said. So Ohio State trying to chip away slowly.
Travion Henderson left the game early last week with an injury. Stroud now back in the shotgun. He's got Henderson to his right. He motions Stover from left to right again.
Ohio State's marching down the field.
From the 33, Stroud in the shotgun. He's going to send Henderson out to his left. 5 wide out now for the Buckeyes. Stroud commanding Luke Whippler, who's under center now. Stroud lines up, he snaps his hand. He's looking out right in the shotgun. He's gonna find Cade Stover across the middle, and he's gonna be tackled in Wisconsin territory at the 45. Stroud with a quick bullet over to Stover, and he's picking up right where he left off last week.
For Wisconsin, Kamoi Latu, he was going across the way, and Cade Stover was just doing a crossing route right across the middle, and Latu just lost him in space.
Stroud now in the shotgun. Travion Henderson behind him. Motion downfield. He's going to find a Emeka Egbuka across on the 5. And he's going to be tackled right outside on the 1-yard line. CJ Stroud once again finding a wide open Emeka Egbuka across the middle, pushed out of bounds. And Ohio State's going to have it first and goal on the 1.
Once again, crossing routes are working perfectly for Ohio State. CJ Stroud lofts it in there to Emeka Egbuka. Egbuka secures the catch, and Buckeyes are 2 yards away from putting up the first points of the game.
CJ Stroud is already 73 yards on the day, found 3 different receivers now. lining up. He's going to use G. Scott now on the left side. Looks like they got Mine Williams on the left. He hands it off to Williams. Williams trying to run up the middle. He's going to be right on the goal line. Referee's coming in late, and they called it touchdown. Mine Williams, the 1-yard dive, as Ohio State marches down the field and score within the first opening 3 minutes.
Just the start, Ohio State. They marched down 90 yards down the field to successfully put up 6 points. Mine Williams comes down the run-heavy package. You had three extra players for Ohio State. You have Mitch Rossi, Cade Server, and G. Scott Jr. coming in. And now Ohio State potentially going up 7-0 right now, and the crowd's loving it.
Jesse Mirko will get the hold as Noah Ruggles lines up for the extra point. Snap, caught, set, the kick is away, and it's good. Ohio State, a 6-play, 88-yard drive, Matt, like we talked about. Chip Drainham muffed it up a little bit on that kickoff from the 10. Ohio State had to march down the field, but they did it effectively. C.J. Stroud, 73 yards through the air, finding 3 different receivers before Mine Williams was able to punch it in on that 1-yard line. That
was a really impressive drive by Ohio State. And it looks like we're going to a timeout here as the border. We saw Cade Silver come across the middle. Emeka Abuga come across the middle towards the left sideline. So they're really getting
last week against Toledo, and he's going to keep up his hot start now. Ohio State getting ready to kick. It's Jaden Fielding who's going to send this one deep for the Buckeyes. As for the first time today, we're going to see Wisconsin's offense and Graham Mertz, the quarterback, take the field for the Badgers. Fielding is set, and the kick is on the way, and this one's going to be a touchback. And that Wisconsin offense is going to take the field. Graham Mertz coming around the 15-yard line on the other side, prepping his offense to take the field against his really resound Buckeyes defense.
So for Ohio State right now, without the cornerbacks that they are missing, it's going to be interesting how they utilize them. Are they going to go into soft coverage? Will they go in man? It's something that we don't know what Ohio State's going to do, and that's where Jim Knowles' creativity comes in. J.K. Johnson, you see on the outside farthest away from us. I'd be very interested to see how he goes into this right away. Is he an aggressive player? Does he give a couple yards back to the receivers? That's going to be something that Ohio State needs to figure out, because he's going against DK, the most experienced receiver for Wisconsin.
For those who can't hear it, it is loud inside the horseshoe. Wisconsin lines up on the left hash at the 25-yard line. Graham Mertz goes under center. He's got Braylon Allen in the backfield. He motions over to his tight end, Hayden Rucci. Mertz now hands off to Braylon Allen. He cuts up the middle, and he's going to be tackled for around 4 yards, wrapped up on the Wisconsin 29-yard line.
Scouting the Wisconsin Badgers, we were looking at in warm-ups, that's Braylon Allen. He's a very large man, 225 pounds, sophomore, a lot of muscle on him, and the fact that he can run the way he does so vertically and up the field is very impressive, and I think that's what Wisconsin's going to be able to use, that they're going to establish their own run game today.
And excuse me, that's going to be a 3-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 7 now. Graham Mertz in the shotgun. Actually, Braylon Allen, they run the Wildcat. Braylon Allen bouncing outside, he's on the 30, wrapping up, just tackled outside the 39-yard line, a yard short of that first down. And Braylon Allen, the Wisconsin offense, wins the Wildcat on that formation.
I thought it was really interesting, but they're trying to trick Ohio State. They're trying to keep those young cornerbacks on their toes, and seeing how the linebackers also communicate that Braylon Allen was in there with Ches Malusi. We're going to see Ohio State bring in the package now. with Cody Simon coming into the game. And it looks like Sony Styles will check in for Ohio State, the freshman.
3rd and 1. Graham Mertz under center. He's got Allen in the backfield. He hands this one off, and Braylon Allen's just going to get there. It looks like a yard, and Braylon Allen's going to pick up that first down. First 3 plays, giving them all to Allen on this one.
So Wisconsin running up the middle in between the hashes is very interesting to me, because I would think that Wisconsin would want to take advantage of the young cornerbacks that have never started, run in the outside, try to make it competitive, and see if they can handle Braylon Allen's speed. But Wisconsin right now sticking in the middle, and Allen takes a break at the moment.
Wisconsin needed all 3 plays on that one to pick up the first. They're lined up now here on the 32-yard line. Graham Mertz, once again, under center. He motions out wide. This one's handed up on the right side, coming down. He's gonna be tackled just at the line of scrimmage. That one's gonna be Isaac Rendo on that one. Came around the left side, but he was no match. Ohio State stuffed him at the line of scrimmage, trying to bounce out to the outside.
Guarendo had 3 touchdowns last week, albeit it was New Mexico State. However, the fact that Wisconsin could go that deep in their running back room this early is very impressive and telling of how their athletes are.
Now on the right hash mark. 2nd and 10 from the 36. Graham Mertz in the pocket. He looks left, and that one's gonna be intercepted. Ohio State across the big logo. He's on the 25, on the 20. He's going down the left field line. A pick as Ohio State gets the crowd on their feet. The safety, Tanner McAllister. And that surely gets the Buckeyes crowd on their feet as Ohio State will line up here on the 16-yard line.
McAllister saw the opening. Mertz with the miscommunication. Just a bad ball by Mertz. He was looking for Skylar Bell, but McAllister read that. He saw his eyes, and McAllister gets the Buckeyes inside the red zone just like that, and the Buckeyes are almost about to score. That's why Graham Mertz has been struggling. He was 18 touchdowns last year, 14 interceptions. Not a great ratio, and you're seeing why right now.
Mertz in his first passing attempt of the day looked for Skylar Bell, but he was nowhere to be found. Tanner McAllister right there picks up the interception, and Ohio State once again in the red zone threatening. They're going to line up here on the Wisconsin 15. CJ Stroud quieting the crowd. He's in the shotgun. He's got Henderson to the left. This one snapped. Hand off to Henderson. Henderson bouncing right across the 15, and he's going to be tackled near the 13-yard line. Henderson getting some touches early. He's now going to have over 15 yards rushing on the day.
Getting back to Tanner McAllister in that interception we just saw, man, that's got to feel good for him. He sticks with Jim Knowles, transferring from Oklahoma State, comes over to the Big Ten. He's able to get this interception, get his offense back in the red zone just like that. This is a big deal for Ohio State, and they're in a big situation right now.
2nd and 7. Motions for Ibuka from right to left in the shotgun. Shotgun snap. He's rolling out left. C.J. Stroud's going to fire to a wide open Cade Stover at the 5. He hops him in. Touchdown! Ohio State quickly, that offense in full control. Cade Stover hops the defender for the 2nd touchdown of the game.
Wow. The trickery from Ohio State. Stroud rolls out to his left side. No linebacker trails and follows Cade Stover along, and Stover walks into the end zone with a flip at the end. Wisconsin's defense is having issues at the moment. They're losing guys in coverage at the moment, and the spacing by Ohio State is fantastic.
And a well-deserved touchdown for Cade Stover. That's his first one of the year. C.J. Stroud now with his 12th passing touchdown of the year. Jesse Mirko is going to get the hold on this extra point. Noah Ruggles lines up. The kick is away, and it is good. Matt, within 7 minutes, Ohio State takes a quick 14-0 lead off a Tanner McAllister pick to set him up in great field position before Cade Stover was able to power his way through for a touchdown. 14-0 here, 8:54 left in the first quarter. We'll take a quick break before coverage resumes here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Welcome back in to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. If you're now just tuning in, Ohio State off to a hot start, up 14-0 within 6 minutes here. 8:54 left in the first quarter, and that last drive, Graham Mertz's first pass of the day goes directly into safety Tanner McAllister's hands, sets Ohio State up with beautiful field position before Cade Stover is able to find the end zone. And Matt, man, both the defense and offense really clicking. That's what we were mainly concerned about for this Ohio State defense. How are they going to adjust with their star two cornerbacks out? And man, a quick interception, and this defense looks fired up.
You know what? I think the Vegas odds makers are in shambles, as this line was 19 and it's already at 14 points, the Buckeyes lead. I don't think many people expected the way those two opening drives went for both offense and defense for Ohio State and Wisconsin. Tanner McAllister saw an opening, read Graham Mertz's eyes. I think that's what Graham Mertz struggled in. That's what he's been struggling the last couple of years. He lets defenders know where his eyes go. And comparison would be to Daniel Jones of the Giants. That's what he's struggled in. So Mertz not allowing the defenders to know where he's going until last second is something he needs to work on, but that comes with maturity and development.
And Mertz is fourth in the conference in passing percentage so far this year. Just unable to get into any direction really with Skylar Bell in that last one. As Jaden Fielding now back for Ohio State. The kick is on the way. Isaac Garendo set to receive that one's gonna let it go for another touchback, and this Wisconsin offense is gonna get another chance to get a little click started going against this Ohio State defense.
Right now for Wisconsin, I think just keep it simple. You're down 2 touchdowns, plenty of time left in this game. But let's not test these Ohio State defenders, especially the secondary. With what we just saw, you may want to test the young cornerbacks, but Graham Mertz didn't even allow that because Tanner McAllister was on Skylar Bell when that interception happened. Throw it to a J.K. Johnson, throw it to Jair Brown, throw it to Ryan Turner, the guys that are not experienced.
Mertz gonna line up under center. He's got Garendo in the backfield, Aker in the fullback to his left. Mertz with the handoff to Garendo. He's trying to bounce it around the outside, and he's gonna be stuffed up. That's Tommy Eichenberg who gets him behind the line of scrimmage. And that Buckeyes defense continuing where they left off, a loss of 5 on that one.
Tommy Eichenberg, ever since that Rose Bowl game where he won the defensive MVP, he has just been unbelievable. He's everywhere on the field at the same time as the middle linebacker and the inside linebacker for this Buckeyes squad. He has really shown that with the way he's able to use his versatility, that is going to cause issues for a backfield like Wisconsin, and we just saw that now.
Mertz under center again. 2nd and 15. He's got Braylon Allen in the backfield. Gonna hand up to Allen. Allen's gonna go straight up the middle, came out like a rocket. He's gonna get back to the line of scrimmage. It's gonna be a gain of 7 on that one, but it's gonna set Wisconsin up with a 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8 now against Ohio State.
So Ohio State, they're using a 3 safety system at the moment. Actually, 2 safeties. Ronnie Hickman in a way being the safety, but a linebacker at the same time. He's that hybrid rover that Ohio State's been using. So in a way, they're in a dime form or a nickel formation for Ohio State. I think that's very interesting on this 3rd down.
Mertz in the shotgun. He's got Allen to his left. 3rd and 7 now. The shotgun snap. Mertz looking left. He's going to send this one up deep down the field. That one intended for Kientes Lewis, and it is incomplete. Ohio State with a 3 and out. And this Wisconsin offense can't get anything clicking so far through the air.
No flags. Graham Mertz throws into double coverage with J.K. Johnson guarding the pass. In it's really interesting to me that Mertz kind of forced it up there. I know what he was trying to do because that offensive line was about to collapse and he was going to take a sack. So throwing it up was not the greatest idea, but at the same time, they need to get something going.
Andy Vucevic punt from the 15. Emeka Ibuka to receive. He's going to call for the fair catch. He's going to catch it right on the 29-yard line. And Ohio State's going to have a chance to get their offense going again. 7:19 left in this first quarter. We're going to take a quick break here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. The Ohio State Buckeyes lead 14-0 against the visiting Wisconsin Badgers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. And if you're now just tuning in, it's been all Ohio State so far through this one. After forcing a 3 and out, the Buckeyes are up 14-0, and they're coming back onto the field. Their offense is going to line up on their own 29-yard line. Stroud back. He's going to be in the shotgun as he's going to have Travion Henderson to his right. It's the play clock now rolling. Luke Whipple under center, getting ready to start this one off for the Buckeyes. Emeka Buka coming over from left to right. Stroud is going to connect with Ibuka on the screen, and Ibuka's down the sideline. He's going to be tackled. He's still up, actually. He's tackled near the 43-yard line as Ohio State's going to pick up the first down on that one. Man, I thought Ibuka got wrapped up. He kept going for a couple more yards.
Ibuka got a first down and some with the spin move, and he's so versatile the way he goes.
And Ohio State's going quick. C.J. Stroud rolling out left. He's going to find Marvin Harrison near the 50, and Harrison's going to be wrapped up just inside Wisconsin territory around the 46-yard line. And Ohio State really getting that offense picking up and going quick.
Just like that, 2 plays and they're in opponent territory. That's how Ohio State's offense is so dangerous, and that's why they lead the nation with total offense with 565 yards per game.
Ohio State's going to have another 1st and 10 here from Wisconsin's 46. Stroud now going under center, talking to Whippler. Really commanding the line to see what he wants to get. He's going to be lined up in the shotgun. He's got Travion Henderson to his right, 3 wide receivers to his left. Shotgun snap. He hands this one off to Henderson. Henderson bounces a little bit to the right outside. He's going to pick up a little bit gain of 2 yards on that one. Trying to reestablish the run here at the past 2 plays. Picking up first down for Ohio State.
I think everybody in the stadium knew C.J. Stroud was not running the ball. Stroud has not shown with his mobility that he was able to do an RPO or a read option of some sort.
Ohio State's going to have it 2nd and 6. Stroud once again going under center, talking to his teammates, trying to get them set up. His teammates now looking to the sideline, seeing what play they should run. 2nd and 6, 6 minutes on the game clock, ticking down the first quarter. Stroud in the shotgun. He's got Henderson to his right. Katesover motions from right to left. Shotgun snap. Stroud's got it in the pocket. He looks left. A wide open Katesover on the 40. Katesover down on the sideline. He's going to be pushed. It's going to be tackled right near the 27-yard line. Stroud finding Katesover once again, and that's Stover's 3rd reception of the game now, and he's really gaining that momentum.
Ryan Day finally using his tight end to his advantage. Didn't really use Jeremy Ruckert when he had him, but Cade Stover showing his athleticism. You mentioned he's a run blocker, and he can go out to catch.
First down now for the Buckeyes. This offense once again lining up in the shotgun. He's going to have Julian Fleming Katesover out to his left. Marvin Harrison and Emeka Buka to his right. Henderson's going to motion now to behind Stroud as Katesover motions from left to right. 3 seconds now on the game clock, and Ohio State's going to need to call a timeout. A little miscommunication there. Stroud's talking to his offensive line, not really sure what they wanted to get on that one.
So for Ohio State right now, you saw Ryan Day running down towards the line judge, trying to figure out why his offense was taking so slow. They were taking their time. They're trying to read Jim Knowles' defense. They're in the nickel formation, Wisconsin's defense. They have 2 safeties, 3 cornerbacks. So with Wisconsin using a lot of different cornerbacks, Wisconsin's out their top 3 cornerbacks as well. So there's a lot of players that really have not gotten to experience big-time game atmospheres, and they have to go up against Ohio State. So right now for Ryan Day, he's trying to see where the weakest point is for Wisconsin's defense. And to be honest, I think it's everywhere. I don't like saying that usually because usually teams do have a bright spot in some instances, especially with Wisconsin. But at the moment, no pressure from the defensive line. The linebackers are getting lost. And then the cornerbacks and safeties are just not getting the leverage that they need.
And why not take a timeout there? Like you mentioned, almost near in the red zone, give a chance to go up 3 scores. Stroud motions Stover from left to right. And Stover's going to go back right to left. He's got Henderson in the backfield behind him. He snaps. He hands off to Henderson. Henderson up the middle. He's across now the 20. He's going down. He's going to be tackled near on the Wisconsin 13-yard line. Another big pickup for Travion Henderson, who's now got 5 rushes for over 30 yards so far here in the first quarter.
Henderson gets through the gap right through his offensive line. Donovan Jackson, Paris Johnson Jr. just open it up like Moses parting the sea in a way. And Henderson does his job and gets the first down for the Buckeyes.
Henderson averaging nearly 7.5 yards so far in this first quarter. Stroud back in the shotgun. Henderson to his left. Clock winding down here in the first quarter. Just a little over 4.5. as the offense once again looks to the sideline. Stroud's now going to pull back, and Henderson's going to go line up to the right of Stroud in the shotgun. Shotgun snap, he's going to pitch it to Henderson on this one. He's bouncing outside on the 10, on the 5. He's trying to battle his way into the back of the end zone, but looks like he's going to be just pushed out at the 2 is look like where they're going to spot him. And Ohio State has a first and goal opportunity here, looking like they're going to punch it again and again.
Again, the Buckeyes establishing the run and continuing to establish the run. Now they're bringing in the run package. They're bringing 3 extra offensive linemen in a way with Mitch Rossi, G. Scott Jr. coming into the game. So for Ohio State right now, they're just utilizing everything they can to get Trayvon Henderson in the end zone.
Ohio State's going to line up in an I formation now here on the 2-yard line with Henderson in the backfield. G. Scott's motion from right to left. Fakes the handoff to Henderson. And C.J. Stroud's going to roll out and find a wide open Cade Stover in the back of the end zone. Touchdown, Buckeyes! Cade Stover with his 2nd touchdown of the day, and the Buckeyes are running wild. They lead now 3 scores early in this first quarter.
So for Ohio State, Stroud rolls out to his right. Looks like he might take it in himself. And then just Wisconsin loses Stover in the end zone. Just an easy throw and catch for Ohio State, and now they lead 20-0, soon to be 21-0 with Noah Ruggles.
They're running rampant for sure. As Noah Ruggles looks to attempt the extra point. The kick's up, it's away, and it's good. Ohio State now takes a commanding 21-0 lead. And just looking back at it, 7 plays, 70-yard drive for C.J. Stroud and his offense on that one. Cade Stover now with his 4th reception of the day. He leads all receivers now, 51 yards and 2 touchdowns. We talked about it early. He's more known for that, you know, that blocking tight end, but he's really getting going in that passing game so far through these first 4 games of the season.
Yeah, when we talked to Cade this week on Wednesday, Cade said he loves being involved, but at the same time does not care if he touches the ball the entire time as long as Ohio State wins. But you know what? Ryan Day says, I want to get you the ball. You have proven otherwise. That Toledo first drive last week where Cade got involved right away, it looks like it's picking up from last week. And using Cade Stover to their advantage, Ohio State has done them great success. I would have liked to see Ohio State do the same thing with Ruckert last year, but now they have Cade Stover to show off.
Ohio State leads 21-0, 3:55 here in the first quarter. Jaden Fielding and the special teams getting ready to send this one off. Fielding lines up, and this one's away. It's a low kick, and it's going to roll out of bounds on the 12-yard line, and that's going to be a penalty marker on that one.
First penalty of the game, Cole.
First penalty of the game. Just didn't look like Fielding really got underneath the ball on that one.
Yeah, Fielding kind of squibbed it to the left side, to the near side of the field for us. And now Wisconsin, prime position to start the ball. They're going to start at the 35-yard line. So right now, Wisconsin, they're able to start at a really good spot. They're going to start on the right hash. For Wisconsin right now, they've not been able to establish the run that well. Ohio State's outrunning them at the moment. Where do you go? That's a big question mark for Paul Christ in this Wisconsin offense. What will they do? Will they stick to Braylon Allen and what they know best? Or are they going to try to force some passes right now?
Mertz coming out on the 35-yard line from the right hash. Graham Mertz under center. He's got Braylon Allen in the backfield. He motions for Clay Cundiff, the tight end from left to right. He's going to hand it off to Allen. Allen's going to try to fight up the middle. And it looks like he's going to get only a couple of yards on that one. Ohio State's defensive front doing a good job again, holding him up.
So Buckeyes were going to bring in a blitz right there if that was a passing play. Steele Chambers was on the left side of the defensive line. He was going to come in, comes around, gets the tackle behind, and Braylon Allen stopped just for 2 yards. Looking at the stats right now, Ohio State, 174 yards to the 14 yards of Wisconsin. That's just a brutal day for Wisconsin, and especially Jim Laird's defense.
Wisconsin's got it, 2nd and 8. Mertz under center, Allen in the backfield. Motions is tight end Clay Cundiff from left to right. Mertz steps back in the pocket. He's going to actually try to go up, and he's going to be wrapped up, sacked. Who else but Tommy Eichenberg once again coming up big for Ohio State. They're going to have another 3rd down here against this Wisconsin offense who, like we talked about, just can't get anything going so far.
So Jack Storer comes in with that sack and just demolishes Graham Mertz. That offensive line is collapsing. Like, I've never seen offensive line collapse for Wisconsin. They are known for one of the most consistent O-lines in America. But tonight, Ohio State is giving them issues. And now this crowd is going to add on to this 3rd and 10.
Tommy Eichenberg with the sack. He does lead the Buckeyes. Tackles for loss. Mertz now, 3rd and 10. He's got Allen to the right. He's got Cundiff to the left of him. This crowd is loud. Mertz is trying to go quick. Shotgun snap. Mertz is looking left. He's trying to go up in the motion. He's firing out left, outside. And that's going to be a pickup of first down. Skyler Bell being able to get a couple extra yards on that one. And they're actually going to call him just short, about 1.5 yards short, as he found Skyler Bell pushed out of bounds on that left sideline.
I am shocked by that spot by the line judge. I could have sworn that Wisconsin gained the first down, and now the crowd loves it because Wisconsin sends on their special teams unit. Good job by Mertz, escaping the pressure. I thought he was going to run, but he was able to find Skyler Bell and get 9 yards on the play, but not enough for the first down.
Mertz's first completion looked like a first down, but the refs said otherwise. Wisconsin's Andy Vucevic is going to punt this one deep to Emeka Egbuka, and this one's actually going to go outside near the 28-yard line. Ohio State's going to have a little better field position than they thought. Their offense coming out once again, up 21-0, just under 2 minutes here inside the first quarter. And for this Ohio State defense, they've been able to do whatever they want. Tommy Eichenberg already with 2 sacks. Graham Mertz 1 for 3 so far in the air with that 1 interception, and he just made that first completion to Skyler Bell. But what can Mertz really do to get around this Ohio State defense and try to get some more connections through the air?
You know, it's that he's forcing a lot of balls right now, but it also doesn't help when your offensive line is collapsing all the time, and Ohio State is just penetrating every way possible. Michael Hall's penetrating the middle. Sawyer and Tumalala are penetrating on the sides. It's just trouble in paradise for the Badgers at the moment.
Ohio State in the shotgun. He's got Mike Williams to his right. C.J. Stroud looking left now. He's looking for Julian Fleming near the 35-yard line, but can't really control it in. Fleming had to come back for that one. But Ohio State's going to have 2nd and 10 now from their own 28-yard line.
You just said it correctly, that Julian Fleming had to come back on that ball. That was just not a great ball from Stroud. Threw it behind him, but Ohio State's still in prime field position at the moment.
Stroud in the shotgun. He's got Williams to the left of him. He's got Stover, Egbuka, Julian Fleming to the left, and Harrison to the right.
Bring in Mayan Williams right now, able to give Travion Henderson a rest. I think this is great for the Buckeyes. Having a 2 running back by committee is huge.
Stroud motions for Stover. Coming near the left side. He's going to hand this one off to Henderson. Henderson looking to go left. He's trying to bounce it out, trying to get near the outside, but he's only going to gain 3, maybe 4 yards on that one. And no, it's going to set Ohio State up with their first 3rd down. Mayan Williams on that one. It's going to set Ohio State up with their first 3rd down of the first quarter.
You know, Cole, right now from what we're seeing with Ohio State, I love that they're establishing their run, and they're having success in the air as well. But trying to get Ohio State becoming more of a running team and being a 2-headed threat is huge.
3rd and 4. Stroud's going to send Williams out left, 5 wide out. He's going to bring him back in now. Stroud on the shotgun, Williams to his left. Stroud once again tied to his own line, trying to see where he wants them to go. Shotgun snap. Stroud's looking left. He's going to find Marvin Harrison across the middle, and Harrison's going to be tackled inside Wisconsin territory near the 45-yard line. Another great job talking about finding those receivers open in the middle of the field. When you have a quick player like Marvin Harrison Jr. and Emeka Egbuka, and you can do a quick slant play, as Harrison Jr. comes to the sideline, he does not look well. He's shaken up at the moment, seeing trainers, but Ohio State able to do that successfully. That is just easy money for them every time. Talked about Harrison coming out. Jaden Ballard's now going to line up on the right-handed side. Stroud's going to have Egbuka, Stover, and Julian Fleming to the left of him. So they're talking near the sideline. Set up their play. Stroud is going to have Mayan Williams in the backfield behind him. He's going to motion Case Stover over from the left. It's going to be a handoff to Williams. Williams bouncing around the left-hand side. He's down the 40, and he's going to be tackled with a first down near the 31-yard line. Talking about that 2 running back committee, Williams been able to pick up he's able to pick up his first big one of the night. You know, looking over on the sideline right now, Marvin Harrison Jr., that is not a good sign already when your wide receiver 1 is out the game with Jackson Smith and Jigba, and now Marvin Harrison Jr. being tended to. Not good for Ohio State. And that's going to be the end of the first quarter here. Ohio State leads 21-0 over Wisconsin in a game where their offense and defense has been able to do whatever they want. C.J. Stroud's 9 for 10 through the air with 2 touchdowns to his main man, tight end Cade Stover, who's got his first 2 of the night. Wisconsin can't really get anything going on that offensive end. Graham Mertz is 1 for 3 with the interception as well, and Ohio State's just running on all rampants here, Matt. They can really do no wrong so far in the first quarter. The 2-headed monster, their running game and passing game has really been excellent so far for Ohio State. Able to use Travion Henderson, Mayan Williams to their
to their strengths, excuse me. And then you have the wide receiver room with Emeka Ibuka, Cade Stover, everyone coming in right now and just doing their part has been why Ohio State's up 21-0. But I think credit needs to be due where it is. This defense for Ohio State has been unbelievable so far. Limiting the running game by Wisconsin has been successful. Tanner McAllister able to get the interception. Defense is firing on all cylinders as well.
The Buckeyes can do no wrong. They lead 21-0 over against the visiting Wisconsin Badgers. We'll take a quick break here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. We'll be back soon with the action starting in the second quarter. Welcome back into Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. If you're now tuning in to the start of the second quarter, the Ohio State Buckeyes lead Wisconsin 21-0 in a game like we talked about, Matt. Just been a masterful class for Ohio State's offense. Right before the break, Marvin Harrison Jr. looked like he got banged up a little bit as he went across the middle for his catch, and as of right now, it doesn't appear he's down there on the sidelines.
No, it looks like he actually just did go back into the huddle, Cole. So that's a big time for Ohio State. And for Ohio State right now, you get back wide receiver one. For this game, wide receiver one is what we're calling. So Ohio State right now, ball on the opponent, 31-yard line, first and 10 for Ohio State right now. Just keep it simple. Use Mayan Williams to your advantage and see if Wisconsin can stop this running game that they've not been able to do so far.
Harrison got banged up, had Jaden Ballard come in for the conclusion of the first quarter, but he's back out now. CJ Stroud will have Mayan Williams to the right of them in the shotgun as they are at the left mark. First and 10 inside Wisconsin's 31-yard line. Stroud's gonna have Ibuka, Harrison, and Fleming to his right. Shotgun snap, he's looking left. Going across the middle, and that one just a little too high and far for the intended target, Emeka Ibuka on that one.
So Preston Zachman just came in off the edge. The free safety for Wisconsin comes in, gives pressure to CJ Stroud. That's why he had to throw it away so quickly. And Stroud, thankfully, was an incompletion. It was close to some Wisconsin defenders, but good pressure by Zachman, the 6'1", 208 sophomore.
Stroud again in the shotgun. Line up the left hash mark, excuse me. He's once again looking towards the sidelines, trying to set up their play call. He's gonna have Williams now behind him in the backfield. Motions Cade Stover from left to right. Hand off to Williams going down the left sideline. He's going down the left middle, and he's gonna be tackled just inside the 25-yard line. Looks like this is gonna be a 3rd and 5, 3rd and 4 for this Ohio State offense.
So right now for Ohio State, you have your receivers in, you have 3 receivers set with a tight end, with a running back. You put Harrison Jr. on the left side alone. He's going to have the safety help for Wisconsin, so don't throw to Harrison Jr. You have 3 to the left, so use that advantage.
3rd and 3, lined up in the shotgun. Ohio State once again trying to get into that red zone. They're 3 for 3 so far with touchdowns as well. Stroud's got mine, Williams to the left of him. Stroud, shotgun snap, he hands off to Williams. Williams going out right. He breaks the tackle, he breaks 2 tackles, he's going down the right, he's at the 10, he's at the 5, and he's gonna be tackled just at the 4-yard line. Mayan Williams, another big gain, sets Ohio State up with another 1st and goal.
There's a reason why they call him Meatball as his nickname. He'll keep rolling. He bounces off a tackle with the spin move, and now Mayan Williams has set Ohio State up to have the ball on the 2-yard line, on the 3-yard line, excuse me.
Mayan Williams with 49, Travion Henderson with 46 on the ground today, talking about that dual threat running back attack. Ohio State has it, 1st and goal on the 3-yard line. Stroud's in the shotgun, Mayan Williams to the left of him. Hands off to Williams. Williams gonna go in right, all by himself for another Ohio State touchdown. Mayan Williams, his 2nd one of the day. Buckeyes are running wild. They lead by 4 scores early here in the 2nd quarter.
Mayan Williams just had a cakewalk into the end zone. Goes towards the right sideline, walks on in. The blocking is perfection for Ohio State. In Wisconsin's defense right now, they're in shambles trying to figure out how to stop this run game, but at the same time, how to deal with the passing game that Ohio State has not utilized at all in this drive.
Noah Ruggles setting up for the extra point. He's 3 for 3 today. Jesse Mirko to hold. Noah Ruggles sets. The kick is up and is good. Ohio State leads 28-0 over the visiting Wisconsin Badgers. And man, that offense just can't do no wrong so far. Stroud, 2 touchdowns through the air. And now Mayan Williams, 2 touchdowns on the ground as well. Matt, we talked about it, but that dual threat running back, Mayan Williams, Travion Henderson, both nearing. Williams now with 53, Henderson with 46. They've established that run game. They've established the pass game. And like we talked about, this Wisconsin defense just really cannot keep up right now.
Yeah, for Ohio State, we just saw a 67-yard drive put together. Maybe 1 or 2 passing plays on that drive alone. But that's really telling to see where Ryan Day views his offense and views where they need to improve upon. With this run game at the moment being the way it is, I can't see how any team in America is able to not just stop the pass, but now stop the run. And with the way this defense is acting, this is a scary sight for opponents for Ohio State. But you know what? There's plenty of time left. 13:33 just in this 1st half. For Wisconsin right now, they're going to get their offense back on the field. I think with Graham Mertz and the way he's played so far, it's been subpar. Not going to say it bluntly, is that Wisconsin needs to get things going. But how do they do that? I think for Wisconsin right now, it's simple crossing routes, simple slant routes, maybe a go route because, you know, Skylar Bell is one of their fastest players. He's able to come in there. You saw him. They had a go route perfectly there for him. However, he was double teamed and Graham Mertz did force up a ball there. So right now for Ohio State, Braylon Allen has been able to be stopped by Ohio State's defense as well as Ches Malusi. So for Wisconsin, where do you go? Clay Cundiff and Hayden Rucci are your 2 tight ends that have been pretty exceptional this year, especially Cundiff. 8 receptions, 139 yards, and 2 touchdowns. So pretty impressive stats through 3 games for Wisconsin. So you have a lot of options. However, you don't have options when it comes to this defense for Ohio State. You don't know where they're going to find their strengths on this drive. It was the linebackers last drive. It was the defensive ends before that. It was the safeties before that. So it's everywhere firing all cylinders. And I think a lot of fans are surprised by that, especially with the fact that the cornerbacks are so weak.
In this Wisconsin offense, talking about they have not gone off to the strong start. Of course, Graham Mertz only 3 passes, 9 yards through the air, and they've had 4 different rushers who can only combine for 14 yards. Talking about Braylon Allen, we know how much of a threat he can be against this Ohio State defense, but talking about earlier, they're out a starting left and right tackle. It obviously adds that play as well. And they can't really create the big holes that we've used to seeing from Braylon Allen.
You know, I haven't even mentioned that. You just mentioned it right now. No Jack Nelson, the left tackle. No Riley Mailman, the right tackle. So now they're relying on Logan Brown and Nolan Rucci, the respective tackles for this Wisconsin team. That is not as... when you have 2 backup tackles in, the blind side for a quarterback is gone. Then the strong side is gone. So now that is where Ohio State's been able to take advantage. And we saw Jack Sawyer come in with a sack. Michael Hall have pressure. Tommy Eichenberg get in there. They have been all over Ohio State's defense, and that's causing issues, as you mentioned about the offensive line injuries.
And you're talking about those offensive line getting in Nolan Ruckey, a redshirt freshman, didn't see any time last year. Same with Logan Brown. He appeared in 13 games, but really never got any strong starts for this Wisconsin offense. It's definitely showing so far today. So Ohio State's now lining up to kick this one off. They lead 4 touchdowns, just under 2.5 minutes so far in the second quarter.
I don't think many people would have expected a 28-0 game just in the beginning of the second quarter. Very impressive start by Ohio State.
Jaden Fielding now sets, and he sends this one away. Much better kick than the last one. Went out of bounds. This one's going to be returned. Wisconsin now going near the 20, go up to 25. They're set up with some pretty good field position near the 26-yard line, as this Badgers offense will once again take the field. We talked about it. Out a couple tackles. Haven't been able to get the passing game or the running game going. But Graham Mertz is going to be under center. One of the best in the conference is going to have to find a way to battle back against this Buckeyes defense tonight.
Something I thought Wisconsin should have done since the beginning. Use your running backs and run on the outside. Let the cornerbacks be the challenge that Braylon Allen and company have to deal with. But they've been running up the middle this entire game.
Mertz under center, Allen in the backfield. This one's going to be handed off to Allen on the right. And it looks like he's going to be stuffed. Maybe a loss of 1, but I think he got back to the line of scrimmage on that one. Again, that defensive front doing everything they can, not letting Allen get any inches on that one.
Yeah, I just said that, where that don't run up the middle. Yet Wisconsin, I know Paul Chris is not listening to me right now. However, it's not working, so they need to change up something. Maybe some jet sweeps to throw off the cornerbacks and the linebackers. You need to do something to be creative against this defense. At the moment, he's dominating in the trenches.
Looks like he is going to get a pickup of 1. He was wrapped up by Steel Chambers on that one. Mertz, shotgun, Allen to the right. Mertz back in the pocket. He's looking out left. The intended target on that one, Chimere Decay. And the flag is going to be thrown. That looks like it's going to be a pass interference on the Buckeyes defense. Ryan Day doesn't like that one, storming towards the ref on that one. That was Jair Brown.
So it looked like Jair Brown was holding on to Skylar Bell, coming towards the Ohio State sideline. I'm not sure if they're going to call that pass interference or holding, because either way, a first down will be enforced. Guess we'll see right now.
It is going to be a pass interference on Jair Brown, who does get the starting assignment tonight, like we talked about. Ohio State out 3 of their 4 scholarship cornerbacks. And Jair Brown with a mistake there, setting Wisconsin up with some better field position.
Ryan Day currently chewing out the side judge who threw the flag on Jair Brown. I think it was well warranted, the flag, personally.
Mertz under center, 1st and 10 from the 37. He's got Allen in the backfield. He's rolling out right. He's going to find Chimere Decay near the right sideline. He's going to pick up, looks like a gain of 8 yards. Wisconsin now with a 2nd and 2, trying to get in Ohio State territory.
Coming off the back foot, Graham Mertz, a nice ball thrown for Wisconsin. And that's going against Jair Brown. So we're seeing Jair Brown now struggling these last 2 plays. The young cornerbacks having to deal with a lot.
Wisconsin's going to have it 2nd and 1 on their own 46, trying to get in Ohio State territory for the first time tonight. Mertz under center. He's got Allen in the backfield. He's going to hand it right up. It looks like he's just going to cross for a first down, as Braylon Allen now gets his 6th rushing attempt of the night. He's got about 22 yards.
So that was DK with the last play, with the last reception for Wisconsin. It was a 9-yard catch. And DK, one of the stronger players on this Wisconsin team, leads the team with 172 yards on 9 receptions and 2 touchdowns. So try to go at him right now, or go at Jair Brown with DK.
Mertz under center. He's got Aker as the fullback to his right with Allen in the backfield. It's a 1st and 10 from their own 48-yard line. Mertz drops back in the pocket. He's looking out right, and he's going to take this one himself. He's being hawked down, but he's going to pick up the first down as he just crosses right over the 41-yard line. And for the first time tonight, Wisconsin's in Ohio State territory.
Decision-making by Graham Mertz, that was excellent right there. He knows that the coverage is really good down the field. Run it yourself, try to establish something, and now they're finally in opponent territory for their offense.
And Mertz, a surprise scramble on that one. Through the first games, he's -8 yards so far rushing. Looks like he really saw the field on that one, and he picked up the clear and easy first down.
The 11 yards now puts him in plus territory on the rushing yards, as you just mentioned, Cole.
Once again, it's going to be Braylon Allen now, who looks like he's going to take it in the Wildcat. Allen's going to snap it. He's going to hand this one off, and he's going to be stuffed. That looks like it was Guardado on that one. Maybe a pickup of half a yard, and Ohio State holding front on that Wildcat defense. That was going to be actually Ches Malusi on that one, who received it from Allen.
So the Wildcat didn't really work the first time, and then Wisconsin goes back to the Wildcat. Malusi just trips up right at the line of scrimmage. Wisconsin's kind of going back to their same old techniques that they did in the first quarter. It wasn't working, so I'm curious to why Paul Christ and this offense are going back to their old ways.
Mertz now back on the field. He's in the shotgun. 2nd and 9. He's got Allen to the left. Shotgun snap. He's in the pocket. He's looking out left. And that one intended for Keontez Lewis. And that one's deflected down by Josh Proctor of Ohio State.
So as Clay Cundiff, he come on a button route right there. And Cundiff, he was open. Mertz looked at him. Mertz went away. Cundiff was open and would have caught that reception if it wasn't for Mertz looking away. Mertz took another extra second. Mertz has the incompletion because Jair Brown read that correctly.
Wisconsin was putting together a nice little drive, but now they're faced with a 3rd and 9 as this Ohio State atmosphere is getting loud. 3rd and 9 on the Ohio State 40. Mertz is going to line up under center. Out in the backfield, he's going to motion Clay Cundiff to his right. Snap under center. Mertz is rolling right. Ducking away defenders. He's going to throw it downfield near the right sideline. Caught Skylar Bell near the 11-yard line. A big pickup for Wisconsin, and they're now in the red zone.
That was a great play by Wisconsin. I really didn't think Mertz had it. I thought he underthrew that to Skylar Bell. It was the perfect catch right on the out of bounds near the Wisconsin sideline. And Wisconsin's able to pick up the first down. Busted coverage by Ohio State.
Mertz doing a good job there, being able to scramble away from avoiding 1 and 2 tackles. As Wisconsin now lines up on Ohio State's 19. Mertz under center. Allen in the backfield. He's going to motion Cundiff from right to left. It's going to be a handoff to Allen. Allen's going to bounce up to the right-hand side. He's crossed the 10. He's going to be wrapped up around the 6-yard line, just short of the first down.
It was a good run by Braylon Allen, going outside the hash marks for Wisconsin, trying to establish anything. And right now, that drive was just safe because that 3rd down play. Great job by Mertz, seeing Skylar Bell down the field and able to complete the first down.
Wisconsin threatening for the first time tonight. They're going to be on Ohio State's 6-yard line, 2nd and 2. Braylon Allen, who now is over 30 yards rushing so far today, is their lead rusher with 7 attempts. As Mertz is going to line up in the shotgun. He's got fullback Jackson Aker to his left. And that's actually going to be Allen again with the Wildcat. Allen's going to burst up the middle. He's going to get the first down. He's going to be tackled right near the goal line. Refs coming in now, but I think that one's going to be short.
He'll be short by Justin Inge. And what I saw, there was a miscommunication. Ronnie Hickman and Josh Proctor, one of them was supposed to be on the slot man. They were both confused. They were both yelling at each other. And Proctor didn't go over, so I thought Mertz was going to see that and realize there's confusion. Let me throw it to the guy in the slot, and it was going to go all well. But Wisconsin run package in right now.
Wisconsin under center, I formation. Mertz under center. He's got Aker, the fullback, and Allen in the backfield. It looks like Ohio State's going to take a timeout on this one. Ryan Day didn't like what he saw out of his defensive unit, him and Jim Knowles, and they're definitely going to try to readjust here, not letting Wisconsin get through with the 1st and goal.
Ohio State was bringing in the package to stop the run. So Ohio State right now, you have the interior of Michael Hall, Teron Vincent, Tyleek Williams. I think that's a really strong interior, and that's going to be tough for anybody. However, Wisconsin's just 1 yard away from scoring. I know I've said don't run it up the middle, but at the moment I think running up the middle is the only way you have to go, because you run the outside, you have Ohio State linebackers going to swarm anything that comes their way. So right now, we're looking at the formation that they're bringing in. Tommy Eichenberg, Steel Chambers, Ronnie Hickman, Cody Simon, Zach Harrison, just an impressive group of Ohio State players. Ty Hamilton even in the game for Ohio State right now. A lot of defensive tackles for the Buckeyes, and a loud atmosphere at Ohio State going to cause some communication issues.
I formation again for Wisconsin. Mertz under center, Aker and Allen in the backfield. Mertz is going to push this one over for the QB sneak. The referees are coming in now, but I think he got it. And there's the signal. Touchdown, Wisconsin. Graham Mertz with the QB sneak from the 1 yard line. And Wisconsin's on the board.
The crowd brings in the boos, but I don't think the crowd realizes Wisconsin was going to have to score at some point. There was no way this game was going to be a shutout. This is still a very good Big Ten team. So Wisconsin goes on the board, and now Ohio State leads by 3 scores.
It's going to be Jack Van Dyke for the first time tonight, lining up for the point after. Kick is up, it's away, and it is good. Wisconsin now getting on the board and putting together a 10-play, 72-yard drive. Graham Mertz really getting his mojo going a little bit, being able to get them out of a 3rd and long situation. And now Wisconsin's starting to build up some momentum here. We're going to take a quick break. Ohio State leads the visiting Wisconsin Badgers 28-7, 8:31 remaining here in the second quarter. And welcome back in here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, where Wisconsin put together a 10-play, 72-yard drive, finished off by quarterback Graham Mertz for a QB sneak to get on the board for the first time tonight as they trail the Ohio State Buckeyes 28-7. Matt, Wisconsin's offense finally able to click on something, getting on the scoreboard. That's just the first test. Their defense now has to get a stop against Ohio State, who is 4 for 4 tonight on their drives, 28-7, and it's going to be a hard task to stop this dominant Ohio State air raid that they've shown so far.
I couldn't agree more, Cole. When the stats show Ohio State 241 yards to Wisconsin's 88 total on offense, and Ohio State, you summed it up best. This air raid has been unbelievable. But not to mention the running game for Ohio State has been spot on so far. And I love how Ryan Day has been able to establish a run. 99 yards. That's not typical for Ohio State to do, especially when their total offense is over 560 yards per game. That's usually the air raid offense, as you just said.
Wisconsin now setting to kick this one out. It's Jack Van Dyke, the junior. He's winding up. And he's going to send this one out deep. Chip Trainum in the backfield, set to receive. He's going to let this one go for a touchback. Talking again, this Ohio State offense will take the field. They're 4 for 4 so far tonight. Matt mentioned Mayan Williams and Travion Henderson, 99 yards on the ground, while C.J. Stroud has only thrown 11 times, but is connected to Cade Stover both times through the air through the touchdowns.
However, he's been so efficient with his 11 completions you just mentioned. 142 yards between those 11 completions. That's really good statistically speaking, and that's also a testament to the blocking that Ohio State's had, but at the same time, the athletes that these receivers are and how they're able to get down the field and elevate themselves past the defenders.
Stroud's going to wind up in the shotgun. Ohio State has it. 1st and 10 from their own 25. He's got Mayan Williams to the right. Shotgun snap. He's going to hand it off to Williams. Williams going to go up the middle, and he's going to keep on pushing. He's going to looks like a gain of 5 on that one. Matt, you told me about it. Mayan Williams doesn't go down. He's going to push forward for another 2-3 additional yards.
Meatballs, yards after contact, very impressive for Ohio State.
Ohio State going quick. Stroud again, hands off to Williams. Williams going down the right sideline. He's at the 40, going across 50 now. He's trying to break a tackle. He's going to be wrapped up inside enemy territory near the Wisconsin 45. Another big pickup for Williams on that one.
Talk about efficiency at its finest. Ohio State only 2 placed inside of opponent's territory. This run game has been awesome so far for Ohio State. Great job by Ryan Day, and 129 yards in rushing offense at the moment.
Stroud and the Buckeyes once again in Wisconsin territory. Stroud's going to have Mayan Williams to the left of him, who's now got 83 yards on the game on the ground. From the 45-yard line, he's going to motion over K-Serve from left to right. Stroud, shotgun snap. He's looking out left. He's looking right in the pocket now. He's going to find K-Stover across the middle. K-Stover comes down with a circus catch on that one as he got nailed under the legs. And looks like they're going to say incomplete. He got taken out at the legs, and now he's down for the Buckeyes.
Dangerous situation for Ohio State. You have Cade Stover. It was a high ball from C.J. Stroud, so Cade did have to get up there to jump for that one. Great effort from Stover, however, and he just got hit really hard. Looks like it hit his back more. That's something that's bothering him. He's going to walk off with the trainers on his own 2 feet. That's a great sign for Ohio State. He's going to need a couple plays to come out. And Ohio State, they have Mitch Rossi and G. Scott Jr. in their tight end room that are able to come in and do the same exact job as Cade Stover.
The training staff came over to him. He kind of put his head inside and said, I'm all right, I'm all right. Took a big hit on that one. He's definitely going to need a couple of snaps on the sideline. So Ohio State now has it 2nd and 10 in Wisconsin territory on that 45-yard line. Stroud in the shotgun, Williams to the left. He's going to bring in his 3 wide receivers from the left. He's going to have them line up. He's going to motion Williams now to the right-hand side, and now behind him. Looks like this offense once again confused. Play clock ran down with 4 seconds. Williams going to line up to the left. Shotgun snap. Hands off to Williams. Williams up the middle. He's going to gain of 6 yards on that one, but that wasn't before, Matt. That Ohio State offensive line looked a little confused, taking that play clock all the way down.
Yeah, you're seeing Luke Whippler point around to the linebacker. Who's the Mike? Who's the guy that's calling the shots for the defense? And you're right. Offensive line did look confused.
3rd and 3 now. The pitch to Mayan Williams to the right-hand side. He's going to be tackled just inside Wisconsin's 35-yard line. I think it's going to be short, and I think Ohio State's going to have a 4th down here, 4th and 1 against Wisconsin.
So if you're Ryan Day, you're up 3 scores at the moment. You're going to stick with it. He keeps the offense going. C.J. Stroud on the offensive line telling the crowd to quiet down.
Stroud on the shotgun, Mayan Williams to the left of him. Looked like they were trying to go quickly, but they're going to try to get him to draw off sides. As Williams now going to line up to the right side of Stroud. Play clock at 12. He's going to hand it off to Williams. Williams up the middle. Bouncing out to the right outside now. He's near the 30, near the 25, and Williams 6 yards, 7 yards on the pickup, and Ohio State's going to get that 4th down conversion.
Interesting call that Ryan Day did actually intend to go for instead of trying to milk the clock and try to get Wisconsin and jump off sides. Meatball bouncing off tackles once again, able to get yards after contact is so impressive, especially at his size.
Mayan Williams now over the 100-yard mark on the day. We now have Travion Henderson in the backfield lined up with C.J. Stroud. Excuse me, clock running down, 9 seconds now for Ohio State. Stroud snaps, going to hand off to Henderson. Henderson's going to bounce it to the left. He's going to go up the middle. A gain of about 5-6 yards for Henderson on that one. As Ohio State just about in that red zone territory.
I know that Ryan Day doesn't like to usually say who an official starter is, but at the moment it looks like Mayan Williams, who's gained the bulk of the carries right now. 11 attempts for him compared to Travion Henderson, 7. But Henderson's known as the starter for Ohio State, so it's really interesting to me that Henderson just passed the 50 yards in this game mark compared to Mayan's 101.
Shotgun snap, hands off to Henderson. Henderson trying to get up the middle. He's going to be stuffed. Looks like maybe a gain of 1, possibly 2 on that one. Ohio State setting up for another 3rd down here in Wisconsin's red zone.
So Kole, right now with Ohio State, 3rd down and 1. Where do you go? There are so many options for Ohio State. You have 3 receivers to your left, a guy in the backfield, a guy to your left as a receiver. There are so many ways that Ohio State can get creative right now, and it's good to see Cade Stover back in the game.
You got Cade Stover and Mitch Rossi now in the fullback, along with Henderson in the backfield. 3rd and 1 from the 18. And it's going to be a fullback dive to Mitch Rossi. We saw that last week. Mitch Rossi with the fullback dive for a touchdown, and now he gets the 3rd down conversion for the Buckeyes.
I had a feeling Mitch Rossi was going to get the ball on that play. You can see where the lineup was perfect. Mitch Rossi on the angle. It was going to trick the linebackers for Ohio State. Goes right up the middle for the Buckeyes, gains the 1st down. That was a 2-yard run for Mitch Rossi, or 3 yards, excuse me. And so the Buckeyes gain the 1st down.
I say now with a fresh set of downs in Wisconsin territory from the 15-yard line. Stroud in the shotgun. He's got Henderson lined up to the left of him. Abuka and Harrison to the right. In the pocket, he looks across the middle. It's going to be connected to Cade Stover, but he's unable to corral that one in. It hit late by the safety, and now Cade Stover's starting to feel it as he was really hit hard on that one.
Yeah, but I love that C.J. Stroud is going right back to Stover even after he got popped at one point. Stover continues to make him out to be just like a receiver, just a big target that Ohio State is able to use and that Wisconsin needs to focus on.
2 plays for Stover, back-to-back, getting a little banged up. Mitch Rossi back in now. Stroud in the shotgun, trying to catch that Wisconsin defense to jump. But he's going to have Henderson lined up to the right of him. Mitch Rossi comes in from the outside. Abuka and Fleming to the right, Harrison to the left. Shotgun snap. He's going to hand this one off to Henderson. Henderson's going to go up the middle for a gain of 4, maybe 5 yards on that one. And Ohio State is going to pick up, it's going to be a 3rd and 5 now for Ohio State in the red zone.
And so for Ohio State right now, 3rd and 5 with 3:36 to go in this game, or in this half, excuse me. I think you gotta go back to the receivers a little bit. You have G. Scott in right now. Julian Fleming, I think you need to get some action for and try to use them.
Stroud, 3rd and 5. He's got Henderson to the left of him in the shotgun. Matt mentioned G. Scott, Emeka Abuka, and Julian Fleming to the right. Harrison to the left. He's one-on-one in coverage. He's going to motion for G. Scott to come back in. Shotgun snap. Again, Henderson gets the call. He's going to take it up the middle, and it looks like he's going to be just short of that 1st down marker.
I think Ryan Day should go for it. Not much to lose. However, he has chosen otherwise. And the crowd does not like that call.
Ohio State's going to bring in the special team unit, and Noah Ruggles going to have his first opportunity today for a field goal. 4th and 2 with play clock winding down, 2:45 in this one. Ohio State electing to play it safe on this one and just gather the points before the half.
25-yard field goal for Noah Ruggles should just be a chip shot for him.
Jesse Mirko with the hold. Noah Ruggles lining up. The snap, it's up, and Noah Ruggles is going to connect with that one. Ohio State with a 31-7 lead. They got 1 4th down conversion on the drive, but instead they're going to have to settle for a 25-yard field goal. A nice methodical drive. Ohio State running the ball, 13 plays, 68 yards, where we saw Mine Williams hit that 100 mark. And now with him and Henderson combined, 167 yards on the ground so far today, Matt. So Ohio State leads 31-7. We'll be right back here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio for the conclusion of the first half in this Big Ten home opener. 2:20 remaining here in the first half. Ohio State elects for a field goal as they now lead 31-7 over the visiting Wisconsin Badgers. Ohio State was able to put together a 13-play, 68-yard drive with Noah Ruggles powering in the field goal at the end. Wisconsin's going to bring their offense back on the field. Their last timeout, Graham Mertz started to pick it up, get it going as he led a nice little drive with a QB sneak to end it for their first points on the board. And this Badgers offense is going to get a chance with 2:20 remaining in the first half to get some more points on the board.
It'll be interesting to see how Wisconsin bounces back, or bounces off of that, that drive that they just had on offense, see if they can pick up where they left off.
Jaden Fielding sets, and he's going to send this one deep. This one's going to be returned. Nearing now the 20, across the 25. A big run for Wisconsin to kickstart their drive, and then across the 42. Isaac Guerrero on that one, and the Badgers are going to have some great field position. They have 2:14, and Matt, as long as they can get some points in the end this half, but they also get the ball to start the second.
Guerrero is a great kick returner. Every time he has taken the ball out, he's averaged 34 yards per kick return coming to this game. Something that Ohio State has to deal with.
And we'll take another quick break here. So Wisconsin's going to have the ball in great territory on the 42. 2:14 remaining here in the first half. They trail 31-7 against the Ohio State Buckeyes. And welcome back in to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. If you're now tuning in, Ohio State has been dominant today against the visiting Wisconsin Badgers. They lead 31-7 with 2:14 remaining in the half. Wisconsin with some great field position. They're going to have it 1st and 10 from their own 42. As around the Ohio Stadium right now, we're seeing the light show come out for this amped Ohio State crowd who's trying to get on their feet and encourage their defense to get another stop. They don't want to let Wisconsin get any points before the half because they get the ball at half. And it's been a great atmosphere so far tonight. It's a beautiful night here in Columbus, Ohio for Ohio State's blackout themed. They're 3-0 when they wear their black jerseys, as Wisconsin is now trying to battle against not only a very good defense but also a hostile crowd here in this second quarter.
Football weather is officially here, Cole. It finally got cold on campus. I don't know if finally is the right word, but it did get cold on campus this week, and now we see the students jumping around. We saw that light show you just mentioned, gets the crowd hype, and now Ohio State is 2:14 away from going to the locker room.
Graham Mertz put together a nice drive his last time out. He's only 44 yards through the air, 3 for 6 on the day. He's going to have to be more effective if he wants to close this half with some more points on the board. He's in the shotgun, and he's got Allen to the right of him. Shotgun snap. Mertz looking right. He's now looking towards left. That was intended for his tight end on that one, Clay Cunniff, but that one's going to be dropped, and Wisconsin's going to have it now, 2nd down.
So for Ohio State right now, that was great defensive coverage by Ohio State and Tanner McAllister getting in there on Cundiff. So Wisconsin's really trying to chip away slowly. However, I'm not sure if it's the greatest idea. I think it's, you gotta take your time. You still have 2 timeouts remaining, or all 3 of your timeouts remaining. See what you can do right now.
Mertz back in the shotgun, Allen to his right. He's got 1 receiver out wide to the right, 3 to the left. Mertz claps, he receives the ball in the shotgun. He's facing pressure. He's gonna have to dump this one off to Allen. It's gonna be a loss of 1 on that one. He was being hawked down. And Wisconsin with a 3rd and 11 here, as the clock now under 2 minutes here in this first half.
2 big-time players on that play. JT Tumalalo comes off the right edge, gives the pressure to Mertz. He has to throw it away. Steel Chambers immediately comes in with the tackle towards Braylon Allen for the reception. Gets nowhere. It's like Wisconsin hasn't even moved.
The crowd is loud here in Columbus. 3rd and 9 for Wisconsin. Mertz snapped the ball. He's in the shotgun. He's looking out left. He's going to fire this one across the middle, intended for Skylar Bell, and that one's going to be incomplete. Bell had it, dropped it. He was looking for a flag on that one, but Wisconsin's going to be forced to punt here now. Ohio State with another scoring opportunity. They got a minute and a half to make something happen.
So Jair Brown was on that defensive coverage right there, causes the incompletion as Skylar Bell was the intended target. And for Ohio State, that's just great job. Seeing that Jair Brown's able to come in, the freshman from Louisiana, and just have an instant impact just like we saw right now. Great job for the Buckeyes and the defensive squad.
Andy Vucevic sets the punt. Emeka Abuka back to receive. And he's going to let this one go for an Ohio State touchback. Ohio State's going to have it. And actually, a late flag, 2 late flags come in now. Referees are referring together to see what this one was.
So if that's on Wisconsin, and depending on what type of penalty that is, that elevates Ohio State already from the 25 to even greater. And with 1 timeout, able to move up the field with Ohio State the way they've done, that could be big for the Buckeyes, or even worse for the Badgers.
Referees here near the 40-yard line discussing. 2 flags were thrown on that one. Like Matt said, Ohio State could have greater field position. And that's going to be against Ohio State. That one's going to be on Sonny Styles. Personal foul on that one. So Ohio State's going to move a little far back. They still have plenty of time, 1:19. And they got 1 timeout in this one to go 90 yards to potentially get a touchdown, or even get some more points on the board.
I think this is a big deal for not just Ohio State and Wisconsin, not just for the Big Ten, but for a national audience tuning into this game, the College Football Playoff Committee, able to see what Ohio State brings to the table, because they're sitting at number 3, very pretty right now, behind Georgia and Alabama. I would think the big debate is, are they better than Alabama at this moment? I think Georgia is head above shoulders everyone at this moment. So if Ohio State's able to put together a performance like they have tonight, could they move to number 2 is a big deal, and that's where the country needs to evaluate.
Ohio State from the 10-yard line in the shotgun. Stroud hands it off to Henderson. Henderson breaks free. He's going to pick up a gain of like 7, almost 8 yards on that one. And Ohio State's going to be looking to go quick here, see if they want to try to threaten, get into that field goal position. Stroud now once again. He snaps, he hands off to Henderson. Henderson trying to bounce out to the right. He's going to get past the 20-yard line. He's going to have another first down here, which for the moment will stop the clock.
Yeah, stopping the clock big for Ohio State. Maybe we'll see them go now to more of an air raid offense to end this half, 56 seconds to go.
On the 25-yard line in the shotgun. Stroud gets the ball. He's in the pocket. He's looking out right. He's going to connect with Julian Fleming. He's going to be tackled near the 29-yard line. Pick up a 4 on that one. Clock continues to go, 40 seconds. And Ohio State will elect to use their last and final timeout of this half. They'll have it on their 30-yard line with 41 seconds to go.
So the timeout's kind of interesting to me because Ohio State, they had some urgency, but they weren't really showing it with their play calls in the beginning of this drive. So now with Ohio State, 41 seconds left on the clock, no timeouts. They throw it right to Julian Fleming, not out of bounds. I like to see some corner routes, some corner strikes specifically for Ohio State. That's a Madden term, you know, use the corner strike play. That's always the safest play. You have your slot guy and your outside guys go in there. They run up the field and they turn towards the corners at the sidelines, and then they're able to successfully get the first down. So now 43 seconds, they just adjusted the clock. We're seeing with Ohio State, G. Scott Jr.'s in here, so that's telling to what Kate Stover's injury status is.
And G. Scott touted more as the receiving tight end of the two, even though Kate Stover has had a great game so far, great season so far. He's not going to be in for this one. In the shotgun, G. Scott's going to rotate from the left to the right. On the 30-yard line, 43 seconds. Stroud with the snap. In the pocket, he's looking out right. He's going to send this one. He's going to try to find Marvin Harrison, but instead, that looks like that one's going to be picked off right on the 49-yard line. That one by Wisconsin. A big error on that one. Instead of trying to get Harrison to connect with him out of bounds, instead, Wisconsin's going to have another opportunity here. 38 seconds, all 3 timeouts inside Ohio State's territory.
So they ran a corner post route for Ohio State. However, Stroud threw that 1 second earlier than he should have towards Harrison Jr., causing the interception for Wisconsin. And John Torrico gets the interception for Wisconsin, the inside linebacker. He's had a phenomenal year so far, an athletic play, and just a miscommunication. Stroud threw it just a bit early.
And now Wisconsin in Ohio State territory. Graham Mertz with the snap. He's dropping back in the pocket. He's scrambling out right. He's going to connect with his tight end, Clay Cundiff, on this one. A quick gain of 4 yards, and Clay Cundiff is down. He took the hard hit on that one, and he's slow to get up to his feet. That was Tommy Eichenberg that came in, that made that strong tackle on that one. And excuse me, actually Tanner McAllister on the tackle.
McAllister popped him at the lower part. You see the hit right there. McAllister goes for the legs, and he was just trying to make the tackle. I think it was just a dirty play. It wasn't that dirty of a play because Tanner McAllister couldn't do anything else. He was lowering his head. He was going towards the legs. I'm sure Wisconsin's not going to like the way that all situated, but there are multiple trainers out there for Cundiff, so hoping he's just okay.
Like Matt mentioned, multiple trainers out there along with almost the entire offensive unit on that last play gathering around now, as Cundiff was able to bring that one in for a gain of 3 yards, not before being hit hard on that one by Tanner McAllister. Wisconsin elected not to use the runoff for the injury there. Instead, will use one of their 3 timeouts to now have 2 remaining. As Cundiff still down on the ground over there, surrounded by the training staff. He is yet to get up as his helmet's down, and he's just sitting there being looked after by the medical staff.
Not a great sign that we're seeing Cundiff still down. Could be telling to what his injury is. So it was a lower body injury. Looks like it was in the ankle shin area, and now we're seeing the card come out onto the field for Cundiff. Not a good sign for the Badgers. You hate to see injuries like this for any side. It's just a scary situation for Cundiff. McAllister went in there. I don't think he was intending to hurt in any way, shape, or form. He was just going in there to make the play, and he had to do what he had to do. And now that results in Clay Cundiff down on the ground going to a cart.
And Cundiff will be assisted up into the cart. He was laying down this entire time. The entire Wisconsin bench and coaching staff now gathering around him. And just looking, Matt, he still looks pretty shocked, pretty banged up on that one. You can tell it's not the most ideal situation for Clay Cundiff, who's been fantastic on the year. Coming in tonight's game, he's had 139 yards, 2 touchdowns, which happened last week against Washington State. Last season, he actually suffered a knee injury where he only appeared in 5 games. You just have to pray for the best of him right now that he can return with the Badgers later this season.
I think it's pretty telling to see what type of teammate Clay Cundiff is. The entire team just came out to wish him well as his cart leaves the end zone towards the Ohio State tunnel. Pretty telling to know what type of player he is to get that ovation. And props to the Ohio State crowd for giving the ovation he deserves.
Play's gonna resume now. So Wisconsin's got it 2nd and 7 on Ohio State's 45-yard line. Mertz in the shotgun. He's got Allen to the right of him. He's gonna drop back in the pocket. He's now gonna go up. He's gonna scramble this one on himself. He's gonna slide down. Looks like he's gonna be just 3 yards short of the first down on that one, and Wisconsin's going to elect to use their 2nd timeout.
Good job by Mertz, realizing not a lot of time to go in this half. You have to make your decisions really quick in order to consume and save time. So right now, they're in a 3rd and 4 situation. The ball is at the Ohio State 42. Where do you go with that? I think for Ohio State, stick to the defensive plan they've been doing this entire time. They go in the 4-3 package with your 2 safeties, your 2 cornerbacks. It's been working fine. But for Wisconsin right now, what is going to be the best? Do you want to use a timeout after this play to set up for a field goal and go down this half down 21? Or do you want to try to get a touchdown? 20 seconds, not a lot of time. 1 timeout, it's a 3rd down. What are you going to do? Because at this point, I don't think you can go to kick a field goal right now, especially the fact that they have a kicker that's Nate Van Zelst, the 5'11 freshman who has never kicked a field goal on an opponent territory in his college career.
3rd and 4 from the 42. The crowd is loud. Graham Mertz has it. He's in the shotgun. Braylon Allen lined up to the right. Shotgun snap. Mertz roaming around the pocket now. He's going to have to force this one up to Allen, who catches that one-handed, but he's going to stuff way behind the marker. So Ohio State's defense comes up big on that one, and now Wisconsin is going to elect to use their last timeout as Braylon Allen just got he got 1 yard on that one. A great snag, actually, being able to snag that up from Graham Mertz. But it's going to be 4th and 3 from the 41-yard line with 8 seconds to play here in the first half.
So that play took 12 seconds plus the timeout. They reset it to 11 seconds, so the play took 9 seconds off the board. It honestly would have been better if Allen dropped the ball, would have stopped the clock earlier, and yes, that would have caused a 4th and 4. However, now you're at a 4th and 3 with 11 seconds to go. You didn't move anywhere, and you wasted 9 seconds.
You only gained a yard, you used 9 seconds, and you used that last timeout that you had to potentially set up your kicker if you were able to get it down. Now instead, if they get the first down here, they're going to have to go really quick, set up their offense, and try to get something going.
Not such an efficient play by Wisconsin at all.
Wisconsin 4th and 3 on Ohio State's 41. The crowd is loud. 11 seconds to go here in the first half. Wisconsin trying to get some more points on the board. Mertz in the shotgun. He's got Allen lined up to the right of him. Shotgun snap. Mertz with the ball. In the pocket. He's going to send this one deep. Almost caught by Skylar Bell, but that one's going to be incomplete. Ohio State comes up big. Another big play by Ohio State safety Tanner McAllister, preventing that one intended for Skylar Bell.
McAllister's having a heck of a day. Interception, a pass breakup right there, a huge play. Braylon Allen looked like he could have walked into the end zone with a great ball from Graham Mertz. Don't get me wrong, that was a great ball, a little underthrown, which is why McAllister was able to get in there and rip it out of Allen. But that was just great defensive technique. That's what you teach your DBs in practice all year long. Don't swat at the wrist because that can be called pass interference. Swat right at the ball, and Wisconsin turns it over on downs, and Ohio State's going to go into half leading by 24 points.
Wisconsin almost with a home run play to Skylar Bell, but instead Ohio State's going to force the turnover, and they're going to take a knee. Going into half, the Buckeyes lead the visiting Wisconsin Badgers 31-7 in this Big Ten Conference home opener for the Buckeyes. And Matt, we're just seeing so far Ohio State, their last drive was the first time they had to get a field goal this entire game. But besides that, C.J. Stroud has been wonderful throughout the year. 10 for 15, 147 yards, 2 touchdowns, both going to Cade Stover. And on the ground, they've been phenomenal. Mayan Williams, Travion Henderson has combined for 181 yards with both touchdowns coming from Williams. What really have you liked from Ohio State other than the main facts that they are just kind of dominated on every bit of the play?
What I really like from Ohio State is how they have established officially a run game through Mayan Williams and Travion Henderson, and the use of Cade Stover. Those have been my favorite things because we have not seen that in some of the games in previous years. So now Ohio State learning to use that to their advantage has been really successful.
And for Wisconsin, what can they do? Almost with a home run play to Skylar Bell to go down 3 scores going to the half, but instead they're going to trail now 31-7. How can Graham Mertz, who's only thrown the ball 12 times, 49 yards, you see him picked up his confidence a little bit, but how can he really get going, and how can Braylon Allen, their star running back, really get this offense going in the second half?
I think you don't need to get fancy with Graham Mertz right now. Just your simple crossing routes, your simple go routes, just something that they can stick with and know that they have confidence in. That's been working for them so far. So I think just consistency from what they've done in past, but keeping it simple at the same time.
Ohio State offense is clicking 328 total yards on for them today. They're going to go into half with the lead. The number 3 Ohio State Buckeyes 3-0 lead the 2-1 Wisconsin Badgers 31-7. Matt and I will take a step aside before Caleb Spinner and Tyler Danburg will get you guys the halftime report. You are listening here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio.
Welcome to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio at the half here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV. Thank you so much for tuning in to our opening Big Ten game between Ohio State and Wisconsin. The Buckeyes on top of the Badgers 31-7 here at halftime. It is a systematic, ultramatic, hydromatic halftime show out there on the field as the Ohio State Marching Band honors the late film Grease, which was my junior year of high school musical here. But we're not here to talk about that. Let's talk about some college football.
Tell me more about that first half, Caleb.
I can never not count on you to finish a reference. But let's take a look at the first half numbers. As we mentioned, Ohio State 31-7 over Wisconsin, 329 total yards of offense for the Buckeyes, 147 through the air, 182 on the ground, compared to 48 on the ground for the Badgers and 44 passing yards. Here's the big difference, though. 17 first downs for Ohio State compared to Wisconsin's 6. And that's really, I think, what tells the story offensively.
And no matter the down, Caleb, Ohio State, their offense, they were able to convert. And on the other side, on the contrary, Ohio State's defense was able to stalwart Wisconsin and preventing them from converting in any facet on offense.
And remember, in Greece, it takes a lot to balance on a hood. That offense was balanced for Ohio State as well. They had almost the same amount of yardage through the air and on the ground. 35 yards separate those two totals. Looking at the two stars for Ohio State's offense, in my opinion, Mayan Williams, of course, on the ground, has been phenomenal. 11 carries for 101 yards, a long of 25 and 2 touchdowns. He's been phenomenal for the Buckeyes.
If you do the division there, Caleb, that's over 9 yards a carry. He came into this one averaging over 6.5, one of the better marks in the nation. Travion Henderson, although limited in carries due to some injuries, he also was averaging over 6. So Mayan Williams being even more productive, and give credit to the offensive line. Justin Fry's unit has done an incredible job in preventing Wisconsin's defense from putting pressure. They've paved the way, giving Williams, giving Henderson, and giving this Buckeyes ground game some room and some holes. And boy, has Mayan Williams especially made Wisconsin's defense pay.
And in the passing game, in a world of wonderful wide receivers for the Buckeyes and C.J. Stroud to choose from, it's the tight end, Cade Stover, who's leading the way through the air. 4 receptions for 51 yards, a long of 22. He also has 2 touchdowns. He went out with an injury in that second quarter. We have yet to see him return. Not sure what he is out for, but obviously hoping for the best.
But we talked about it at the start of the broadcast on the countdown to kickoff on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Cade Stover is a great receiving threat, but he is a decoy, and he used that to his advantage in that first half. One great example was when C.J. Stroud and his trips left formation of receivers that were lined up to the left of the offensive line, they all rolled out to the left inside the 10-yard line of Wisconsin, and Cade Stover was the only receiver for Ohio State that was lined up on the right side. He was wide open in the flat. He caught it, he ran it, and he flipped into the end zone for a touchdown. That will be his first of 2, which was just a great design and a testament to how crucial Cade Stover is in this Ohio State offense.
You're watching and listening to SGSR at the half here live from Ohio Stadium. Once again, the Buckeyes on top of the Badgers 31-7. Here as we have about a skosh under 11 minutes to go before we get you back in the world of the third quarter. Let's talk about Wisconsin, because they are, to put it nicely, not playing as advertised. 95 yards of total offense. Braylon Allen, we talked about him a lot in the pregame. He only has 8 carries for 36 yards. Graham Mertz is 6 of 12 for 49 yards. He's also got a 1 interception and a rushing touchdown. They need a lot to happen, Wisconsin does, in order to get into this ballgame.
They really do, and if you look at it, they've only had 6 possessions, so they've been significantly outpossessed by Ohio State, but it took Wisco to get to their 4th drive to finally score a touchdown. Time of possession, though, just a bit under 5 minutes, so they were able to find the rhythm, but at what cost? It chewed a lot off that second quarter clock. But other than that 4th drive out of their 6 offensive possessions, they had no rhythm. Graham Mertz couldn't really connect with his receivers. That interception he threw on the first drive to Tanner McAllister, who we'll talk about a little bit more, it was severely underthrown as he was looking for DK, his intended receiver. So Graham Mertz looked a little bit uncomfortable, did have some good throws, especially on that fourth drive, but they couldn't develop any consistency, and it was plays like that, that interception, where it shows you Wisconsin not ready for what Ohio State was bringing them defensively.
And of course, talking about Tanner McAllister, Wisconsin had a shot late in that second quarter to the end zone, which was denied by the left arm of Tanner McAllister. So he's keeping them at 7 on the board instead of 13, potentially 14 going into the halftime. But let's switch back over to the defense of Wisconsin. They have allowed more points over the first 16 and a half minutes tonight than they had all season entering this game. 28 points tonight allowed, 24 through the first 3 weeks of football.
And again, Wisconsin, their first 3 opponents, Illinois State, Washington State, and then New Mexico State. But still, that doesn't take away from the fact that Jim Leonard's defense was absolutely rolling. And then they come out, big environment, blackout night game, and Ohio State was just able to find the holes in that defense and take advantage right from the start. And I think that really set the tone and showed you that Wisconsin, if they weren't able to play catch up in that first half, they were going to go down big, and that they are after one half of play.
A penultimate question for you, Tyler. Ohio State is up big by a few scores. What do they have to do in the third quarter and fourth quarter, closing out this game, to not get ahead of themselves and not get too comfortable in that lead?
Defensively, it's to turn it up even more of a notch, especially on the edges. Now, something that Matt and Kole kept talking about as we were listening to the game on SGSR while we were off to the side was bringing pressure. They had gotten to Graham Mertz often. Jack Sawyer had the lone sack in that first half, but that one sack doesn't constitute how much Ohio State was bringing pressure. JT Tuimoloau, for example, had a couple instances where he was so close at getting the Mertz, but Mertz was able to get it off just a little bit quickly, and it almost resulted in either an incompletion, a takeaway, or a catch for short yardage. So if they can bring pressure defensively, keep bringing the heat from Jim Knowles and his defense, I think Ohio State will not relent and not give up much from Wisconsin's zone.
Same score, different team. What does Wisconsin have to do to keep the thoughts of being so far behind out of their heads and go out and play like it's 0-0?
Well, we've been constantly stressing the importance of Braylon Allen. Now, Ohio State has been able to stop him for the most part. Allen had some nice chunk run yards, but Braylon Allen, we saw him late in that first half starting to be used more as a receiver, running wheel routes out of the backfield or motioning him out wide. I think that's going to be the key because Wisconsin's wide receivers, Skylar Bell, for example, he had some openings. Shamir DK also able to get some chances. But if Braylon Allen can get out and disrupt, wreak havoc in the flat, or even go downfield running some go routes, I think that could really work out well for Wisconsin.
That'll do it for us here at SGSR at the half, third quarter action, and fourth quarter after that, coming up here on Scarlet Gray Sports Radio and watching on YouTube, SGSR TV. Alongside Tyler Danburg, I'm Caleb Spinner. We'll pass the headsets along here in just a moment to Matt Goldman and Kole Emplit, who will take you the rest of the way. But for now, that's the show. We're out of here.
Welcome back here for the second half. Ohio State, the third-ranked team in the nation, they lead 31-7 over the Wisconsin Badgers. That's Kole Emplit, Matt Goldman here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student radio network of Ohio State Athletics. Cole, this half has been domination by Ohio State here at the Horseshoe for the blackout game in front of a great home crowd today, over 100,000 plus. But the bright spots have been Ohio State's pure domination, not just on offense, but on defense as well, only allowing Wisconsin 7 points, whereas Ohio State's had 31 points, led by Mayan Williams and Travion Henderson, 101 yards for Mayan Williams alone, then Travion Henderson, 78 yards. The running game has been explosive for the Buckeyes.
Yeah, you definitely hit on that. It's been explosive, and we talked about it all year. That dual threat running back duo between Williams, between Henderson, they're really showing it tonight. And Matt, we talked about pregame. Ohio State wanted to come out and make a statement. Everyone was kind of writing them off after that Notre Dame game, after Notre Dame's fallen off a little bit. But Ohio State has come out tonight in the first half, 31-7, in their Big Ten opener. And they're proving why they are still one of the best teams in the country.
So for Ohio State, Jaden Field, Ohio State Buckeyes defense, calling the phenomenal stat for any team to do. But for Ohio State to come out here and do that tonight, what have you loved from them so far?
They've just done a great job at limiting the run specifically. Braylon Allen hasn't been able to do too much as that defensive line is stuffing him. And just looking at captain Tommy Eichenberg, 8 total tackle, 4 solo, 1 tackle for loss. He's having a great day for that Ohio State defense.
2 receivers to Mertz's left, Allen in the backfield. Eschenbach goes to the other side. Mertz under the center, hands off to Allen. On the outside of the hashes towards Ohio State's sideline, and Allen picks up a gain of 5 to open up this half. Cody Simon on the tackle for Ohio State.
Yeah, Cody Simon been a little quiet tonight, but finally picking up his first tackle of the evening. He's starting to get going as this defense has had such a great outing so far.
So 2nd and 5, 14:35 to go in this game. Ohio State has 3 linebackers. Actually, they have 3 safeties, 2 linebackers. Mertz has Allen in the backfield, 2 receivers to his left. Mertz is gonna go out. He looks for a pass. He's scrambling in the pocket. He moves along, and he dives short of the first down marker to make it a 3rd and 2 situation. The pocket collapsed for Mertz, and he's able to get a gain of 3 on that run.
Yeah, you talked about it. That defense, Ohio State defense, showing a little bit more, trying to bring out some more linebackers, trying to scare Mertz a little bit. Tommy Eichenberg trying to come in with that tackle as Mertz slid for the 2nd down, but now it's going to open up a proposition 3rd and 2 against this Ohio State defense.
This crowd has not skipped a beat tonight here at Ohio Stadium. Giving Wisconsin their all. Malusi in the backfield to the right of Mertz's hip. 2 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. Eschenbach on the offensive line as the tight end. It's actually a wildcat. Allen hands it off. He fakes the handoff to Malusi. He goes down the right side of the sideline, and there's a flag down for the Badgers. Looks like it's going to be called back against Wisconsin. The wildcat, look, we've seen 3 times tonight the fake handoff, the RPO to Malusi down the right sideline was Braylon Allen.
Yeah, sometimes they've gotten it to work tonight. Braylon Allen specifically in that red zone was able to run it. As we're now seeing, that one is going to come back. That is going to be a holding against Wisconsin. What happened to be a 3rd and 2 situation, and that's going to back him up for a dangerous 3rd and long.
So that gain was for 18. However, you just said, brings them to a 3rd and long situation, 3rd and 7 to be specific. 13:37, that hold was on DK for Wisconsin. Allen to the right of Mertz's hip. 2 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. Ohio State looks like they'll be sending all 6. They bring the blitz for the Buckeyes. Mertz is scrambling. He throws away, and that's short. The intended target was Keontae Lewis. And it's 4th down, brings on the punt team for the Buckeyes. Good pressure from the defensive line of Ohio State, Cole.
You mentioned it, Matt. Ohio State brought the dogs on that one, specifically defensive tackle Mike Hall hunting down Mertz as he was trying to escape the pocket. But this Ohio State defense doing a great job forcing Wisconsin to a 3rd and out to start this 2nd half.
So the Badgers will punt it away now. Punting the ball, Vujicic. He's had 3 punts inside the 20-yard lines this year, and a low punt as Abuka makes the fair catch at the 29-yard line of Ohio State's. So now that brings out Ohio State's offense led by CJ Stroud, the 2021 Big Ten Player of the Year, Big Ten Offensive Player of the Year, and Big Ten Freshman of the Year. So the accolades have keep coming on. And Stroud today has moved up 9th all-time in passing yards, passing some significant players for Ohio State. To name, Terrell Pryor.
It's just exclusive company for CJ Stroud to be part of. And like you mentioned, having his second full season is very impressive numbers that the junior is putting up this year.
2 receivers to his left, 2 to his right. Travion Henderson to his right hip. For Stroud, he's in the gun. Stroud looks around, he motions, points to his offensive line to the Mike linebacker, to Luke Whippler, center. Stroud looks around, doesn't call anyone in. He looks around, scrambles, almost an interception right towards Nick Herbig. Herbig tipped it. He was intending to looked like that might have been a Emeka Egbuka. And Stroud, just a miscommunication. That was right towards Herbig, right on his hands, the linebacker.
And Herbig almost gets to that. He's had a quiet night, only 2 tackles, but he's one of their best defensive players out there, almost coming up with a big-time play against Stroud on that one.
Herbig, only one of the 3 returning starters for this Wisconsin defense this year alone, coming into this game, 11 tackles, 5 tackle for losses, and 4 sacks. Stroud alone in shotgun formation, trips receivers to his right, 2 to his left. He looks around, snaps the ball, dancing around the pocket for a quick second. He finds Emeka Egbuka close to midfield, to the near sideline. Egbuka with a great catch and pass.
Once again, doing a great job finding his receivers down the left field line on that one. Emeka Egbuka, that puts him at 3 catches, more than 50 yards now in tonight's outing.
Ohio State goes up some hurry-up offense. 3 receivers to Stroud's right. He has Henderson in the backfield to his right hip. They look over towards the sideline, look like an audible. 18 seconds to go on the play clock, 12:45 to go in this third quarter. Buckeyes still lead 24. Stroud now has Henderson behind him, gives the handoff inside the hashes, and Henderson picks up 6 yards on that carry. And now they've crossed into opponent territory.
Yeah, it looked like that was CJ Goetz coming in there to make that tackle, letting up a big play because Travion Hasseroom on there was just able to clip at the ankle. But again, we're just seeing that rushing offense being put to use so far today.
Ohio State closing on having 2 rushers over 100 yards apiece. Something we have not seen from the Buckeyes a lot in these past couple years under Ryan Day. 1 receiver to his right, Stover on the offensive line, 2 to his left. Henderson on the left hip, the fake, the RPO. Towards the sidelines, Marvin Harrison Jr., who cannot handle the ball. Great defense from Wisconsin. That's Ricardo Holman, the freshman, comes in there with a big hit, and Harrison Jr. cannot secure the ball.
No, unable to secure the ball. He had it. Ricardo Holman came with a late hit on there, just forcing enough pressure from Marvin Harrison, and that's Holman getting involved early there, doing a great job at forcing Ohio State into a 3rd and 4 situation.
3rd and 4, 11:51 to go. Henderson in the backfield once again with Stroud to his right hip. Far sideline, Marvin Harrison Jr. lines up. 3 receivers to Stroud's left. Now Henderson Jr. motions to the right. 2 receivers to his right. A mismatch with Henderson. Stroud snaps the ball. Pocket collapses quickly, finds Julian Fleming past the 1st down marker, and some more. Fleming makes 1 defender miss, 2 defenders miss, goes out of bounds to the opponent's 18-yard line. Great catch and run from Julian Fleming, and the Buckeyes are in the red zone.
Ricardo Holman, who had that tackle, that pass breakable against Marvin Harrison Jr., unable to wrap up Julian Fleming this time as he ran for yards and more, finally tackled by Kamu Lotu. As Ohio State once again threatening that red zone opportunity. You can't let those receivers get in that open space.
Stroud once again in the gun formation. 2 receivers to his left, Henderson on his left cheek. They look back. Henderson has been to the left or right on the hip of CJ Stroud all night long. Now goes behind him. 2 receivers to Stroud's right. Wisconsin, 3 linebackers, 1 safety look. Handoff to Henderson inside the hashes. And a small gain for Travion Henderson. Now the ball is at the 14-yard line of Wisconsin's.
That time, Herbig lining up and wrapping up Henderson again on this one. He's starting to build some momentum this drive. But Ohio State was 2nd and 7, trying to threaten, still in this red zone.
Ohio State with 190 yards just rushing today. 10:40 to go in this third quarter. Buckeyes lead 2nd and 7. Ball on the 14-yard line. Stroud looks back towards the sideline with 18 seconds to go. Henderson right behind Stroud once again. Harrison Jr. to the right. 2 receivers to his left. Stover on the offensive line. The handoff to Henderson inside the hashes. He stays up outside the hashes towards the Ohio State sideline. Picks up the first down. Correction, he did not pick up that first down. Now it's a 3rd and 5 situation for the Buckeyes with 10 minutes to go in this game. Cole, where do the Buckeyes look to go on this 3rd and 5?
Definitely trying to go down towards Emeka Egbuka, who looks like he's going to be one-on-one in this situation. But on that last play, Rodis Johnson, a great job working on Matt Jones, the spin move, just causing Henderson to trip up, unable to convert that first down.
3 receivers to the right of Stroud. Henderson in the backfield, Marvin Harrison Jr. to the left all alone. Stroud in gun. He hikes the ball, looks around, finds Julian Fleming inside the flat, in the center of the field. Touchdown, Buckeyes! Julian Fleming finds the back of the end zone, and the Buckeyes continue to add on to their lead at home for the blackout game. And the Buckeye crowd faithful. Once again, given the big round of applause, Julian Fleming finds the end zone. It was a slant pattern for number 4 for the Buckeyes. Robinson with the snap. Mirko with the hold. The kick is up from Ruggles, and it's good. Buckeyes now lead 38-7 with 9:35 to go in the third quarter. We'll be back on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio in just a moment after this timeout. Back here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio at Ohio Stadium. 9:35 to go in this third quarter. Kole Emplit, Matt Goldman here. to call the action with number 3 Ohio State leading 38-7, Kole. Ohio State just put together a really good drive, very efficient as well. We've seen efficiency be a big factor tonight for the Buckeyes. Wisconsin's defense, who came into this game 11th nationally in points allowed and yards allowed, they don't look like they're 11th best defense in the nation.
Yeah, man, we know they're missing a couple players, key players there on that defensive end, but still to have a performance like this against one of the top, you know, as we talked about, 2 of the teams that we expect that could be in the Big Ten championship game at the end of the year, to be trailing by 31 so quickly early on in the second half, it's just not something we expected out of this Wisconsin offense and defense. On
the extra point, there was a personal foul assessed to Wisconsin, so now Jaden Feeling will be kicking it from midfield for the Buckeyes. Guerrero will be back in the end zone to receive the kickoff for the Badgers. And the Buckeyes sway their arms, and Fielding sends it up, and that's gonna go over Guerrero. And now Wisconsin will have the touchback and start the ball on their own 25-yard line. Kole, when you look at Wisconsin's offense and what they've been able to accomplish tonight, is not a lot. Where do they need to add on and improve to their game? Because at the moment, 31 points with the way they've been playing doesn't seem so fathomable. What do you think Ohio State can, or excuse me, Wisconsin can do to, you know, try and get back in this game very slow?
You know, in a normal situation, I would say try to get Braylon Allen more involved. 10 rushes so far, but really it's on Graham Mertz and how he's able to move the ball effectively against this defense.
Jackson Acker checks into the game as the fullback. The jet sweep for Wisconsin, and a nice play. That was DK who took the jet sweep, about a 5-yard gain for the Badgers.
Yeah, and he's been quiet so far tonight. He's only had 1 reception for 9 yards, and he picks up that rush there, but we talked about just trying to inch your way back to this game. That's a good little jet sweep, gain a couple yards, catch Ohio State off guard, use some trickery here against the Buckeyes.
Mertz is 6 for 13 today with a total of 49 yards and 1 interception. Not the greatest stats. Under center is Mertz. Allen in the backfield, 2 receivers to his left. Bunch formation. The handoff to Allen outside the hash marks. And Allen does not get much as Ohio State's defense was swarming on that play to limit Allen just to 1 yard. And the tackle is from Mike Hall Jr.
Yeah, Mike Hall, who wasn't able to play last week, he showed up today, specifically in the second half, already 2 tackles in the last 2 drives.
Penalty marker down on the field. Referees having a discussion right now. The head referee tonight, Jerry McGinn, will be giving us the call in just a moment. 8:49 to go in this third quarter. Buckeyes lead by 31. Dylan Barrett has been awarded a personal foul call, so that moves back 15 yards for the Wisconsin Badgers. A costly penalty on that play. After the play, it looked like Barrett. So now it's 2nd and long for the Badgers.
And that's just momentum killers, man. You have a nice little pickup of 4 yards, threatening, only need 3 more yards, just really strike away a little bit. Now you're gonna go a little 2nd and long here against the Buckeyes defense.
Mertz has Allen to his right. Mertz looks around the gun. He finds DK. And DK goes up the field towards the first down marker. Excuse me, that was Skylar Bell, who now keeps it 3rd down. That was a 2nd and 19, a solid pickup from Bell.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about. Just try and throw Ohio State off a little bit. That's Skylar Bell's 2nd reception of the game. Throw a little screen action at them and let them run up the field in open space. Now you got a little 3rd and 4 opportunity. Just you have to keep going against the Ohio State defense. You have to be able to take yards after yards to keep in this game.
3rd and 4, you can hear the crowds into it. 7:55, 2 receivers to Mertz's right, 1 to his left. Allen in the backfield with him to his left. Mertz looks around, he dances. Pocket's collapsing, escapes the sack, and he throws it towards Skylar Bell, but that's incomplete. Mertz panicked at the end, had to throw it away to Bell as Ohio State's defensive line came in and penetrated once again.
Yeah, threatening after him, talking about Steel Chambers, who is hawking down Mertz on that one, providing just enough pressure, unable to get to him, but providing just enough pressure to force the incompletion.
That brings on the punting unit for Wisconsin. Vujovic will punt the ball away towards Emeka Abuka, who's set to return around Ohio State's 25, and the ball is shanked. A terrible punt from Wisconsin as the side judge is going to come up closer and closer. Does he get towards midfield? He gets past midfield at the Wisconsin 49. Just unfortunate for Wisconsin. They were gonna punt the ball away, and now Ohio State's prime field position for their upcoming drive. We're gonna take a timeout break here on Scarlet Gray Sports Radio. 38-7, Ohio State leads. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Scarlet Gray Sports Radio. Official attendance for tonight's game, 105,473 attended the blackout here in the banks of the Olentangy River. Great showing from Ohio State fans tonight, all dressing in theme, Kole. This is what you come to Ohio State to play for, and Ohio State and their fans proved that tonight.
It's an incredible atmosphere and a great crowd to play in front of, even though some fans may be tending to leave a little early with the current scoreline, but a great night for this blackout occasion to open up your Big Ten conference season.
So Ohio State's gonna have the ball after a shanked punt by Vucevic for Wisconsin. Now Ohio State starts in opponent territory at Wisconsin's 49. Stroud checks back into the game. Travion Henderson right behind him, one receiver to his left, bunch formation to his right. Stroud looks around, fakes the handoff to Henderson, rolls to his right, outside the hash marks towards Wisconsin sideline, throws the ball intended for Julian Fleming. Incomplete, hits the ground as CJ Stroud was pushed to the ground last second by Jordan Turner.
Yeah, Turner was hawking him down on that one. He was trying to force CJ Stroud, just coughed up a little bit, unable to get to him, but still forced the incompletion for a second down.
Same package in for Ohio State, two receivers to his right. Mitch Rossi, the added blocker on the offensive line. Henderson behind Stroud and Harrison Jr. right on the 50-yard line to his left, the lone receiver. He's in one-on-one territory with the Toledo transfer, Justin Clark. They hand off to Henderson outside the hash marks. He keeps going, he's churning for more, and a penalty marker, but a gain of 8 for Henderson at the moment.
Yeah, that penalty that might be coming back a little bit. John Treacher was in there for the tackle, but Ohio State could be facing a second and long situation.
So that penalty is going to be holding assessed on DeJuan Jones. You called it, Kole. Looks like it was going to come back, and Ohio State now in a 2nd and long situation. DeJuan Jones with the hold. And you can see a blatant hold they're showing on the scoreboard. You were right, that was against Jordan Turner. Turner trying to get in there. So now 2nd and 15 with 7:24 to go in this 3rd quarter. Henderson still in the game in the backfield. 3 receivers to Stroud's right, Henderson in the backfield to Stroud's left. In the near sideline is Marvin Harrison Jr. Buckeyes going right to left on the field. Stroud motions Cade Stover on into the offensive line. The handoff to Henderson, and Henderson does not get much, a gain of 2 on that run. So now 3rd and 13 for the Ohio State Buckeyes as they're on their own 48 after the penalty by DeJuan Jones.
Yeah, and Rodas Johnson was able to break through on that one for his 3rd tackle tonight, and a great time to do it, forcing Ohio State to a 3rd and long. This could be big for Wisconsin's defense, who hasn't got many stops tonight. Get a chance to get your offense back in the field, try to crawl your way back into this ball game.
Xavier Johnson checks into the game as a receiver for Ohio State. 3 to Stroud's left, motions Henderson out, so 2 to his left, Henderson and Harrison Jr. All alone in the backfield is CJ Stroud in the gun. 3 only blitz for Wisconsin, now 4. Stroud in the pocket, clean pocket for a quick second. Ball is tipped, intended for Abuka, and the ball hits the ground incomplete, and the punt unit will come on for the Buckeyes. Multiple defenders in the area of Abuka, who's the intended target.
Yeah, great job by Jordan Turner, that inside linebacker there, forcing enough pressure to make him uncomfortable. And Wisconsin defense, for one of the first times tonight, just getting a stop, forcing Ohio State to a rare punt, giving the Badgers another chance on this offensive end. Like we talked about, give Graham Mertz, give Braylon Allen a chance to crawl your way back to this ball game.
Jesse Mirko on the punt. Robinson with the snap, and Mirko sends the punt that's going to be inside the 10-yard line, and the fair catch from Wisconsin puts the Buckeyes in some prime defensive field position. Signaling the fair catch for Wisconsin was Deacon Hill. We'll be back in just a moment. 3 minutes and 25 seconds in this commercial here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Buckeyes still lead by 31 with 6:11 to go in the game. Welcome back here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. There was a hold assessed on the last punt by Ohio State that was holding on Wisconsin. So now they have the ball on their own 2-yard line to start this drive. I formation for Wisconsin. Mertz under center with Braylon Allen in the backfield. One receiver to his left. Mertz snaps the ball, hands it off to Allen, who is tripped up at the 1-yard line. So a loss of 1 thanks to Tommy Eichenberg and Steel Chambers who got in there for the tackle.
And man, you knew they were going to come in tough. Eichenberg hit him at the legs for Steel Chambers to finish him off. A loss on 1 at that one. You know Jim Knowles' defense wants to get that safety.
Jim Knowles said he was not satisfied after the way they played against Toledo, letting up 21 points and a lot of miscues that happened for his defense. 2nd and 11 now, 5:40 to go in this game, in this third quarter. Ohio State, 4 defensive linemen, two linebackers, 3 safeties, 1 cornerback. Braylon in the backfield, under center is Mertz. 2 receivers to his right. And the handoff to Allen does not get much. And a gain of 2 to make it 3rd and 9. Tackles man Tanner McAllister.
Again, Allen able to get 3 yards back on that one, Ohio 5-yard line, setting up a 3rd and deep here. Wisconsin's going to have to force to throw the ball.
Josh Proctor signaling to the crowd to pump it up right now. Wisconsin, we mentioned earlier, they are down both their starting tackles. Jack Nelson and Riley Mailman were ruled out for this game, so Nolan Rucci and Logan Brown will be handling the offensive line duties. Mertz talks to his O-line. He's in the gun. 1 receiver to his right, 1 in the backfield, 3 to his left. Looks around, ball is tipped at the line by Tyler Friday. And 4th down, and the punt unit comes on for Wisconsin. Great pressure from the Buckeyes, and even better tip by Tyler Friday.
Phenomenal pressure, and there was nowhere Mertz could go. Avoided the sack, yes, but 3 Buckeyes caving in on him on that one. Friday getting a hand on it. Now Ohio State might just try to get this blocked punt inside, and might try to get that fumble recovery inside the end zone.
4:36 to go in this third quarter. Vucevic is inches away from being out of bounds in the end zone. They're gonna have to punt it away from their own 4-yard line. Abuka standing at the Wisconsin 49 awaiting the punt, and a flag is down, but Vucevic gets the punt away, and it bounces. Abuka takes the bounce. He goes towards the 40-yard line, runs, gains towards the 35. He doesn't go down until a couple tackles later. And at the 38-yard line, Ohio State will start, depending on the penalty marker.
And people forget this was Abuka's first really chance to bring that out. He was #1 in the Big Ten last year with kickoff return average of nearly 29 yards as a freshman last season.
For Tyler Friday, a big confidence booster. This is the first time this season he's played since the 2020 National Championship game, the 5th year from Ramsey, New Jersey, defensive end, getting some action in this big-time game as the Buckeyes lead by 31. The officials, we await for Jerry McGinn to give us the call. And it looks like it's going to be a penalty on Ohio State as the referees are still discussing with Paul Chryst what he wants to do. And you can hear the crowd's reaction, taking his time, Chryst, to decide what he believes is best. And looks like he's going to decline whatever penalty it is. And an illegal formation on Ohio State. The penalty's declined, so that's a 1st down for Ohio State. And the ball will be brought back just 5 yards from the spot that Abuka recovered the ball.
Probably a smart play there. Paul Chryst doesn't want to force his team into another 4th and 3 situation with a chance to still block that punt. Might as well get the ball to Ohio State on this one.
So the ball will now be lined up at the 42, at the 38, excuse me, for Ohio State. CJ Stroud and company walk back onto the field. He's gonna have 2 receivers to his right, 2 to his left, and Henderson right behind him in the backfield. 4:24 to go in this third quarter. 1st and 10 for Ohio State at the 38-yard line of Wisconsin. Stroud motions in Stover. Stroud hikes the ball in shotgun. Hands off to Travion Henderson outside the hash marks towards Ohio State's sideline, and is picked up for a gain of 4 and is tackled.
Wisconsin's front line doing a great job there, being able to wrap him up, not letting him try to break away for those home run balls that we're so used to seeing out of Travion Henderson. Only giving up a little bit, about 5 yards, 4 yards on that one.
Muma Jongetta with the tackle, credited for Wisconsin. 3:50 to go in that game. 3 receivers to Stroud's left. Henderson, once again, the backfield. Stover, the extra man on the offensive line to his right. The snap and a miscommunication on the handoff, but Henderson makes something work of it and is really close to the first down marker. Ran towards the left near Ohio State's sideline and almost got the first down. Looks like he actually did get the first down according to the officials. So a fresh set of first down for Ohio State with 3:23 to go.
You hit on that. A little miscommunication by Henderson and Stroud on that one, but Henderson was able to hurdle over CJ Goetz going to make the tackle on that one, picking up the first down for Ohio State.
2 receivers to Stroud's right. Stover motions towards the right side. Henderson the backfield. Harrison Jr. towards the right on the outside. Now Stover in the slot on the right as well. Stroud in gun, fakes the handoff. Looks towards the sideline, that's Julian Fleming. He finds towards the 10-yard line and a little more just after that. Fleming gets down to Wisconsin's 8-yard line with the catch and run with 2:51 to go in this third quarter. Buckeyes continue to push the pedal to the metal on offense.
Julian Fleming now tied with Cade Stover tonight for the most reception at 4, as Fleming's well over 60-yard mark in today's contest.
1st and 10 for Ohio State, 2:33 to go. Henderson the backfield with Stroud under gun. 1 receiver's to his left, 2 to his right. Stroud gets the snap in the end zone. Abuka finds the tight window. What a catch by Emeka Abuka, but even a better throw from CJ Stroud through the tight window of 2 defenders. Abuka in the center of the back end zone. And the Buckeyes add to their lead once again. CJ Stroud now his career 59th passing touchdown. He's 3rd all-time in Ohio State history. Justin Fields, 63 of them. And then JT Barrett, 104 in his career. So Stroud is inching his way closer in history in passing touchdowns.
And man, what a throw that was. Fitting it right in between. Safety Preston Zachman thought he put enough pressure on Fleming, but Fleming comes out with it for his now 2nd touchdown in tonight's contest.
Noah Ruggles will be the extra point attempt kicker. Merkel with the hold, and Robinson with the snap. The snap, the hold, and the kick is up, and it's good. Ohio State leads 45-7 with 2:22 to go in this third quarter. And we're gonna stay right here on radio. Buckeyes dominating will be the storyline after this game today. Cole, what has been the key you've seen in Ohio State's offense that's not named CJ Stroud?
It's a good one to ask. Ohio State has had the most balanced attack I think I've seen all year so far, this Buckeyes offense. Stroud 13 for 22 in the air, 208 yards and 3 touchdowns, but come on, talk about on the ground. Mayan Williams and Travion Henderson have combined for 200-plus yards, as they both have 100 each on their own. This Wisconsin defense doesn't know what to throw at and whether to stop that rushing attack. As they are seeing their team 45-7 with one of their best-known college traditions.
The Wisconsin cheerleaders still do jump up and down, trying to keep with tradition and the morale that is still left for Badger fans. Fielding will take away the kick. Guarendo will be in the end zone once again to receive the kickoff. Buckeyes sway, train them, and Xavier Johnson at the 20-yard line of Wisconsin. And Graham Mertz and company will come back on the field to try and get anything at this point for the Badgers.
Just avoiding that big home run play that Wisconsin could have had.
Under center is Mertz. He has Allen and 2 receivers to his right. He rolls out towards the Ohio State sideline, and a great catch from Skylar Bell. Mertz rolled out, and Bell was right by the sideline of Ohio State. Lands with the 2 feet, and the Badgers come away with a 3rd and 1 situation short of the first down marker.
And hey, if you're looking for any room for improvement, throw to Skylar Bell. He's already 60-plus yards in today's contest. Why not try to keep giving him the ball? Let him try to create something. 55 yards. He's been the most productive player on that Wisconsin offense.
Bell leads in receiving yards for Wisconsin so far. Shotgun formation for the Badgers Malusi to Braylon Allen's left. He motions with his knee, calls hike. Allen throws the ball, and it's completion to Eschenbach. And Eschenbach towards the Ohio State sideline picks up the first down.
And it's just great job there, keeping the drive alive in a short 3-1 situation. Braylon Allen being able to make something work out of that.
Plays from Ohio State's defense this drive.
Watch out for Tommy Eichenberg. Do not throw it or run the ball in his general direction. He's been hawking down everyone on that Wisconsin offense the entire night, and there's no short of stopping him so far.
And a lot of fans head towards the exits as they know Ohio State's going to pull away with this one. Even the home crowd knows their number 3 Buckeyes have secured the W tonight. We're going to go to commercial right now here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Buckeyes lead by 38. Welcome back here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Network as the Buckeyes are starting their 4th quarter, 3rd ranked in the nation. They lead 45-7 to the Wisconsin Badgers. Kole Emplit here, Matt Goldman on the call, your official student radio network of Ohio State Athletics. 1st and 10 for the Wisconsin Badgers. Graham Mertz, the quarterback for Wisconsin, has not had a great day for the Badgers. The line for this game was 19. I think Vegas odd makers are not too pleased with the way Buckeyes are handling themselves if people bet that they would not cover.
Definitely so, and it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the game goes, how Wisconsin want to use their starters and see if they want to bring in some of the guys on the secondary.
Handoff for Allen up the middle, and Allen picks up 5 yards. They used Jackson Acker, their freshman fullback, included on that package for some extra blocking. And Acker comes out. Now coming to the game is Jack Eschenbach, the tight end, number 82 for the Badgers.
For Wisconsin, you know, you're down 45-7. You want to build momentum going into next week, but I'm very interested to see how long they keep Mertz out there and seeing if they'll bring in their true freshman Miles Burkett later on in this game.
Mertz under center, Allen in the backfield, 2 receivers to his left. The handoff to Allen. Allen continues to pick up some steam, 4 yards on that carry. And you talked about next week, Ohio State. They host Rutgers, who did not do too pretty today.
Yeah, Rutgers fell to Big Ten West, a cross rivalry matchup. I was able to pull away 27-10 in this one to improve to 3-1, and that breaks Rutgers' undefeated season so far. Ohio State will see them next week, and they'll see what Greg Schiano's offense can do.
So Buckeyes, most likely moving on to 4-0, can go to 5-0 with Rutgers next week at home. Wildcat formation, Allen in the backfield with Ches Malusi to his left, 2 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. Allen takes the snap from shotgun, and Allen picks up the first down and some past that.
a little too.
And a swarm of defenders for Ohio State.
It was that strong defense, that gain of 4 yards, and I wouldn't be surprised if they give it to him 3 more times on this drive if they're unable to convert.
Wisconsin's Braylon Allen. The Buckeyes send in a big package of defensive linemen as they're expecting the run. So you bring in the big men now to try and take down Braylon Allen, the 225-pound sophomore running.
So listen, he's been handed the ball over 22 times tonight, and he has the bulk of this entire offense so far for Wisconsin. It was strong that he should have been the one to be able to pound it in, but a great play-action move. But they can, like you said, they can credit this drive completely to their sophomore running back.
9:46 to go in this game. Buckeyes lead 45-14. We'll be back on SGSR in just a moment. Back here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, Wisconsin just completed a 2-yard touchdown reception to fullback Jackson Acker. 45-14. Cole's going to give us the rundown of some Big Ten scores from around the country.
Some very close games going on today, and we saw that early in number 4 Michigan as they hosted Maryland at the Big House earlier on, and Michigan did not look like a number 4 team in the country, just pulling away by a touchdown to defeat an undefeated Maryland, as Michigan as well improves 4-0. Also looking down the Big Ten East, Penn State was able to handle Central Michigan at home, being able to pull away 33-14. And just an interesting matchup that we saw early on. Michigan State, who was ranked earlier to start the season, they struggled today very hard against Minnesota, who's leading the Big Ten West right now. Minnesota was able to pull away 34-7, who now leads and is undefeated at 4-0. It'll be interesting to shape up with Wisconsin as the game goes on today. Most likely will end in a loss. Minnesota will be that sole leader in the Big Ten West as we go on.
Jack Van Dyke's kickoff goes over the head of Ibuka. You just talked about Michigan's dominating performance today against Maryland. They did have a scare in the first 3 quarters, but Michigan able to come away with the victory. They're 4 in the nation, just trailing the Buckeyes. And I think Buckeye fans know what happened last year between them and the Wolverines. It got close, and the Buckeyes were unsuccessful. 11 years in the making, Michigan ended up winning at the Big House. So now Ohio State, they're looking for some revenge this year. This game will be in the shoe. It will be a crazy atmosphere, Cole.
I just remember last year, Ryan Day at Media Days this summer said, we have 3 goals in mind every year. That's to win the Big Ten championship, that's to make the playoffs, and that's to beat Michigan. 3 tasks that the Ohio State was unable to accomplish this year. And so far, they're headhunting every single opponent that has come their way at the shoe. They have started the season 4 straight home games. Next week will end their 5-game homestand to start the year against Rutgers. This Buckeyes team looks dominant and more passionate than ever to not only defeat their rivals Michigan, but to get to Indianapolis and eventually get to the college football playoffs.
Looks like another TV commercial, so we'll be back in just a moment. 9:46 remaining in this game. 45-14, Ohio State leads.
First and 10, Ohio State, right there on the 25.
Back here on Scarlet Gray Sports Radio, Ohio State 9:46, first and 10. CJ Stroud hands off to Travion Henderson. Up the right hash marks, Henderson and some gets the first down. As Ohio State, CJ Stroud was in the gun, handed off to Henderson for a gain of 11.
Listen, Travion Henderson nearing the 120 mark. He does not care what the score is, Matt. He's going to keep on rumbling until the very end, to that very last tick hits 0.
So Ohio State goes on a hurry-up offense, but now looks over to the sideline. 2 receivers to Stroud's left, Henderson in the backfield, 2 to his right, including Mitch Rossi, the tight end for Ohio State. Rossi motions now right behind Abuka or Julian Fleming. The play action, CJ Stroud rolls out, and a great play, but a big pop. Wow. John Torchio pops Emeka Abuka, does hold on to the catch and the first down, but a big hit from Torchio as Stroud scrambled to his right, throws on the run, and finds Abuka.
Man, you got to give props to Abuka on that one, being able to hold on to that. He got drilled on that last one. Very impressive from the sophomore receiver.
Henderson still in the game with Stroud on his right hip. 3 receivers to Stroud's right. Mitch Rossi, the extra blocker on the left side of the offensive line. Stroud looks around, 7 seconds to go on the play clock. Under gun, looks it up. He has a deep ball. Julian Fleming in the middle of the field, a little underthrown. Jay Shaw in there to break up the pass for Wisconsin. Jay Shaw, the UCLA transfer.
Yeah, Stroud eyeing Julian Fleming there. just a little bit short, and it's very interesting to see just a little over 8 minutes, this Ohio State offense is still keeping the ball going through the air, not really electing to keep on the clock moving.
I find it a little interesting also that Kyle McCord has not checked into the game for Ohio State, just trying to keep CJ better for the rest of the season and use Kyle McCord to their advantage. One receiver to Stroud's right in gun. To his left, it's Travion Henderson, excuse me, 2 receivers to his left. They look over towards the sideline. Ryan Day giving a signal to go quick. No time on the play clock, 0 seconds, and a timeout used by Ryan Day. That's Ohio State's first of the half. 8:21. Little miscommunications looked like it was going on for Ohio State's offense. CJ looked a little frustrated with what was going on.
Yeah, Ryan Day clearly not happy, and as you can hear, the fans also clearly not happy on that one, forcing their team to use the timeout there. Like we talked about, interesting that Kyle McCord has not been able to check in yet, see if they want to keep Stroud going, and also interesting to see that they still want to pass the ball. They elected to throw that on that first down instead of keeping that clock moving. It's interesting to see if Ohio State still wants to put up some more points on this Badger team.
You see Jackson Smith and Jigba in street clothes passing along with Cam Babb. 2:43 in this timeout. Ohio State leads 45-14 with 8:21 to go in this ball game. Ohio State leading the way at home. We'll be back in just a moment. Back here on Ohio State, the official student radio network of Ohio State, SGSR, 8:21 to go. Kole Emplit here with Matt Goldman. It's 45-14, Kole, Ohio State. Pure domination. They still have the ball with 2nd and 10. CJ Stroud is still in the game.
You know, I thought that timeout was going to provide Kyle McCord the chance to come in, but Stroud still in probably likely his final drive of the game.
Scott motions to the right. So does Abuka. 2 receivers to his right. Henderson in the backfield. Harrison Jr. to his left, all alone in single coverage. The handoff under gun to Travion Henderson. Picks up 2 yards on that gain. 3rd and 8 for Ohio State.
And we've talked about it all day. Travion Henderson, Mine Williams, 31 attempts on the ground, combining for over 220 yards. You talk about having that prolific air attack that Ohio State has. Well, here, they have to remind you, they can do it on the ground as well. It's going to be interesting to see how Big Ten opponents will counter this come the season.
3rd and 7 for Ohio State. Henderson motions to the left. 3 receivers to Stroud's right. 3 receivers to his left. 2 to his right. Stroud under gun all alone. DeJuan Jones points out the Mike linebacker, Wisconsin sending 4. The snap from Stroud. And a quick pocket collapse. He moves around. Stroud showing his mobility. Throws the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr. Almost one hand. And the penalty will be thrown against Jay Shaw, the UCLA transfer. Pass interference grabbed onto a Harrison Jr.'s arm, not allowing him to come down with the catch. Great mobility from CJ Stroud, able to get out multiple tackles.
Man, great mobility, but holy crap, Marvin Harrison almost able to bring in that one-handed snag. But yes, again, Stroud doing a great job keeping the play alive, keeping the ball in Ohio State's hands, and a chance to keep running that clock down.
And that's something we don't see from CJ Stroud a ton when it comes to his mobility and keeping the play alive. You make a good point about that. Do you think Ohio State's going to add extra emphasis to that in the next couple games? Because when it comes to them playing the bigger teams like Penn State, Michigan, he's going to need to take that extra step.
He's going to need to take that extra step, being able to move around the pocket, but I'm interested to see how he even does in options, being able to take the ball a couple times, as we saw he did last year, was able to make some big breaks out of it.
2 receivers to his left. Rossi motions to the left, under gun, the RPO option, and the catch and pass from Emeka Egbuka. That's a touchdown across the middle of the field. Stroud finds Egbuka on the slant route, and into the end zone Egbuka goes. 51-14, 7:21 to go in this game. And Ohio State's taking this one home in front of the blackout home crowd against the Badgers.
You want to talk about how good CJ Stroud is? Back-to-back weeks with 5 touchdowns, this time doing it on the Wisconsin Badgers, the 11th ranked national defense in the country.
A surprising result tonight here in Columbus. Buckeyes lead big. Robinson with the snap, Mirko with the hold, and Ruggles kicks it up, and that's good for Ohio State, now leading 52-14. 7:21 to go in this game. And that drive, that last play from Stroud to Egbuka, it just looked too easy. No safety help for Wisconsin. And Emeka Egbuka just runs into the end zone all alone. Jay Shaw had to chase him down at the end.
It was way too easy, and for the 3rd straight week now, Emeka Egbuka hits that 100 receiving yard mark. He's got 6 catches for 118 and 2 touchdowns today. And man, it's hard to imagine at this point, Matt, if Ohio State gets a chance to get back on the ball, I feel like you're going to start bringing in some of those players deeper down the bench, down that depth chart, and especially to see sophomore quarterback Kyle McCord get some action.
5 plays, 75 yards for the Buckeyes, ending in a 32-yard catch and pass touchdown for the Buckeyes. 7:21 to go. We'll be back on SGSR in just a moment. back here on SGSR. 7:21 to go in the fourth quarter. Buckeyes lead 52-14. That's Kole Emplit. I'm Matt Goldman here on the official student radio network of Ohio State Athletics. Cole, this has been a fun one to call for us today. It's been a good one. It's been pure domination by Ohio State. Wish it was a little more competitive of a game, but the Buckeyes are able to get the job done.
Yeah, I think you said it best. It's been an explosive game on one side for Ohio State. Wisconsin just hasn't been able to compete, and like we talked about, Matt, it's never been close. Ohio State got off to a 21-0 lead in that first quarter, and they just never looked back.
Jaden Feeling set to kick it off to Guerrero in the end zone for the Badgers. And the kick from Fielding and a fair catch from Guerrero at the 1-yard line for the Badgers. So the ball is going to be brought out to the 25-yard line of their own. For the Wisconsin offense, it has not been too pretty today. Graham Mertz 11 for 20 with 94 yards. Braylon Allen leads the way, however. 22 attempts for 90 yards, no touchdowns for him. He's averaging 4 yards a carry. So Allen the first half did not look good, but he has picked up steam in the second half to get back to the numbers that we're used to seeing from Braylon Allen.
Yeah, like we talked about, there's not much Braylon Allen could have done tonight. He's had a great game, 22 attempts on the ground, 90 rushing yards like we talked about, but with that 2 tackles out in this Ohio State defense that's been clamping on everything, he's just had not much room to work with.
A lot of new faces in for the Buckeyes. Kai Stokes checked in the safety, and the handoff to Malusi up the middle. That's Braylon Allen actually. Breaks down the left sideline. He's going to 30, the 20, the 10, 5. Touchdown, Badgers. Braylon Allen has now crossed the 100-yard mark. And the Buckeye faithful, they boo Allen. A 75-yard run down the left sideline. And the Badgers, just like that, have added onto their score.
And a treat for the Wisconsin fans who have stayed here in Columbus tonight. Braylon Allen breaking free on that first play for 75 yards. We talked about not being able to get much. He finds a big hole there, and that's what he can do. Once he sees that open space, the sophomore running back is gone.
Vucevic with the hold, Bowden with the snap, and Van Zelst puts the kick up, and it's good. Badgers now down 52-21. So you had a couple new faces on for Ohio State on the defense. Kai Stokes, including with Chip Trainum in at linebacker. So when you look at that Allen run, what went wrong for Ohio State?
It's just their linebackers pushed up a little too far. He was able to find the separation in the hole and was able to bounce it into the extra field. And once he got into that open field, there was just no stopping him. The speed is unmatched from that sophomore running back.
Court Williams also was in the game, the captain. This third-year safety from Harbor City, California. In 2021, he had 26 tackles, 1 sack, 4 tackles for loss, and 1 pass breakup. So now, just like that, Wisconsin will be kicking it off with 7:11 to go in this fourth quarter. Time of possession very even for both sides. Buckeyes leading it just by 39 seconds as they lead with 26 minutes and 44 seconds in total time of possession.
And Allen, of course, scoring this touchdown in the garbage time, which won't matter too much. But you have to remember, he's now got 6 touchdowns on the year, the most by a Big Ten running back this season.
And he has 165 running yards today alone, thanks to that 75-yard touchdown. And the kick from Gam, and the fair catch for Abuka for the Buckeyes. And the Buckeyes offense comes back out. And it looks like we're going to get the backups in. Kyle McCord will be checking into the game for Ohio State. Kyle McCord, the second-year quarterback from Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Last year, he was 25 for 38 with 416 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He started last year in that Akron game where he went for 319 yards last year. So we've seen what McCord can do, and now you bring him in as a backup. This adds to Ohio State what they could have on their depth chart for next year once C.J. Stroud departs.
Yeah, even last week as well, getting some action against Toledo, being able to put a touchdown on his own as well.
Delon Hayden gets the handoff up the middle from Kyle McCord, and we're seeing Hayden come into the game now. He's RB3 on the depth chart, the freshman from Memphis, Tennessee. His dad played at the University of Tennessee. His brother Chase plays at Arkansas. So a lot of football history in the Hayden family. 3 receivers to McCord's left. Hayden in the backfield to McCord's left hip. McCord looks over to the sideline, 20 seconds to go on the play clock. 6:40 to go in this fourth quarter. Hayden moves in the backfield, 3 receivers to McCord's left. Calls for the snap, the handoff to Hayden down the left hash marks. Picks up 2 more yards. Now it's a 3rd and 3 situation for Ohio State with 6:25 to go.
And you talked about Dallin Hayden, who's got a rich family history with football, but talking about making the most of an opportunity last week, he had a lot of playing time against Toledo, a touchdown which included 17 rushes on the ground for 108+ yards. He's making the most of his opportunities as a true freshman.
Hayden, one of the most highly touted recruits coming out of high school. Evan Pryor in camp for Ohio State, the 3rd-string running back, tore up his knee, so now Hayden moves up in the depth chart and has now gained big playing time against Wisconsin. McCord with the handoff and gun finds Hayden, and Hayden picks up the 1st down to move the chains along for Ohio State with 5:45 to go.
And listen, this is exactly what you need to do. Like I was just talking about, when your name gets called, you have to perform to that moment. Hayden doing a good job being able to pick up a 1st down for Wisconsin, which does a lot for not only his confidence, but a lot for this Ohio State coaching staff, saying, all right, we know if we put you in the game, we know you're going to make the most of it. We know you can make some big plays and some opportunities.
So some new faces for the weapons for Kyle McCord. G. Scott Jr. at tight end. You have Jalen Ballard on the outside, Caleb Brown in the slot, and on his opposite side, the far sideline is Xavier Johnson. 3 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. Hayden on the right side of his hip in the backfield to the gun. The handoff for Hayden picks up another 5 to 6 yards on that carry, and the clock keeps moving, and the crowd's getting smaller here at the shoe. It feels weird seeing how little people are left on this Saturday night.
And especially because the degree of what the matchup was, which is a cross-divisional game between Ohio State and Wisconsin, but it's been nothing but Ohio State, and the fans have seen enough, and they are slowly starting to empty out of the horseshoe map.
Nothing but Ohio State. That's what the Columbus Dispatch should say tomorrow. Pure domination as the Buckeyes lead 52-21, 4:30 to go. 3 receivers to McCord's right. Hayden in the backfield once again. The snap under gun. The handoff to Hayden. Hayden slowly trying to pick up that 1st down, but it's going to be 3rd and 1 with 4:15 to go in this game. The Buckeyes stay passed for 281 yards compared to Wisconsin's 104 passing yards. So you see right there, just in the passing game, Cole, the differences between these teams. We saw a lot of good stuff on the ground for Ohio State, but you see that difference right there. It's telling to what type of game this was. McCord has 3 receivers out to his right. G. Scott Jr. on the line. Hayden once again in the backfield, 3rd and 3, 3:44 to go. The pitch on the right side, inside the hash marks. Hayden escapes a couple tackles and picks up the 1st down for Ohio State.
Hayden just doing a great job on the line today, just giving him the ball, being able to create the most of his opportunities. And for Wisconsin, you know, we thought they would have their wake-up call after falling to Washington a couple weeks ago, but now it looks like they're going to be leaving Columbus at 2-2. They're going to host Illinois, the Fighting Illini, next week, and it's a big matchup now. Illinois is a great team, 3-1 on the year, and it's, hey, say if Wisconsin can't win this game, it's not looking great for their Big Ten title chances.
585 total yards of offense for the Buckeyes. Patrick Gerd in motion. He gets some playing time now from New Albany, Ohio, the tight end. McCord running on his own towards the right side of the sideline. Pick up a couple yards. 2nd down for the Buckeyes. 2:53 to go.
And Kyle McCord and Dallin Hayden are doing everything in their possibility to keep this drive going. They don't want to give any reason to give Wisconsin the ball. They completely want to burn this clock. 2:40 now with 7 yards to go.
2nd and 7, 2:38, as Cole just said. 3 receivers will be to McCord's right, Hayden in the backfield. And you have Patrick Gerd in there. He played in 1 game last year against Akron, who will be the extra blocker, a tight end on the right side of the line. McCord under gun, takes the handoff to Hayden. Hayden continues to push his way, gets a couple more yards for that gain, and the clock stops.
Yeah, that clock stopped there for Jake Chaney, the inside linebacker. His helmet came off during the collision of that play. Just want to make sure he was able to get off safely.
Clock slowly ticking down as the Buckeyes will move to 4-0 on the year, and the Badgers fall to 2-2 as they were upset by Washington State on September 10th, 17-14. A surprise loss on the road for the Badgers this year, and they're gonna get their second loss. McCord has 2 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. Hayden once again in the backfield. McCord under gun. McCord with the handoff on his left side. Hayden moves around, and he's really close to that first down marker.
Callum Hayden carries.
You know, I think we just heard it from a fan, Matt. I see no reason why Ryan Day and his team doesn't go for it here. Try to force it. You got 30 seconds on that running clock. Might as well try to get in a couple more yards to really seal this deal in front of what's left of the Ohio State fans remaining in the horseshoe.
4th and 1, the Buckeyes look like they're going to go for it. 3 receivers to McCord's right, 1 to his left. And he has DeLon Hayden in the backfield. 14 seconds go on the play clock. And the game clock is slowly going down towards less than a minute left in this game here at Ohio Stadium. And it looks like McCord's just gonna let it chew out, and the Buckeyes will call a timeout and send their punt unit on with exactly 1 minute to go in this game.
Yeah, Ryan Day elected, we're gonna say, hey, we're gonna let the clock go, we're gonna punt it, and we're gonna force Wisconsin to finish this game out. We talked about it again, just it's been nothing but dominance for this Ohio State offense and their defense tonight. The scoreline won't represent that, as Braylon Allen had that big run that last time out, but Ohio State's just been all over the place tonight.
So Ohio State very disciplined tonight, only 3 penalties with a total of 57 yards. So Ohio State, their special teams look good tonight. Their defense looked good tonight. Their offense looked good tonight. They were disciplined. Did they do anything wrong, Kole, in your eyes?
It's hard to say, but at this point, you can't really say there wasn't any too big of flaws. Like we talked about, Braylon Allen had that huge 75-yard rushing touchdown, which might be the biggest flaw of the game, coming against Ohio State's second unit a little bit. Take that with a grain of salt. But in terms of their offense, C.J. Stroud, his wide receivers, and in terms of their defense, they've been all over the place tonight.
Jesse Mirko will come on for the punt with Bradley Robinson. Snapping, the punt is good. And getting away from his Deacon Hill, Jalen Ballard just runs into the end zone as he caught it, so it's going to be a touchback with 53 seconds to go. Average yards per play tonight, Ohio State led the way with 7.7 yards per play compared to Wisconsin's 5.3. Pretty telling stat once again of who is dominating this game. And Ohio State almost doubled them in total yards in this game, Kole.
It's just very impressive. And week by week we go, what can this Ohio State offense really accomplish? And we see it more with their quality opponents tonight. Wisconsin's just a part of those teams that's saying, hey, you're going to come into the horseshoe, we're going to play our brand of football, and they showed that against the Badgers tonight.
53 seconds to go in this game. Wisconsin has all 3 timeouts. They're down 21-52. Mertz under center, gives the handoff to Allen and cannot get more than 2 yards on that carry. And Paul Chris not going to use the timeouts as he wants to get back to Madison after this performance tonight from his Badgers. Not pleased with the way I'm sure his team played. And it looks like we're gonna have one more play. Difference in play and game clock is 6 seconds. The clock is chewing down. 2nd and 7 with 20 seconds to go. Mertz under center, Acker at fullback. 1 receiver to each side and Allen in the backfield. And the handoff from Mertz, Allen up the middle. And he does not get much more, does not even gain the first down. And everyone runs onto the field just like that. Ohio State is 4-0 in their blackout game at the Shoe. Buckeyes victorious at home, 52-21. And an incredible performance all around for the Buckeyes on offense and defense. Putting it together, a total of 539 yards on offense today. C.J. Stroud looked great. The running game of Mine Williams and Travion Henderson looked great. And the defense from Ohio State, Tanner McAllister stuck out. The pressure from the Buckeyes. Everything went well for Ohio State tonight.
Ohio State could do no wrong. And looking at Wisconsin's end for Paul Chris, he's now 0-5 against the Buckeyes in his tenure at Wisconsin, and it remains the Badgers have not beaten Ohio State at the Horseshoe since 2004. Ohio State will go to Madison next year, and the Wisconsin will get another crack at them, but for now, they're going to be leaving Columbus with their heads hung low.
So when you look back at this Wisconsin squad and what they did tonight, what were some of the things that stuck out to you, even though they had a pretty disheveled performance?
you have to really credit the offense in terms of Braylon Allen, what he was able to do. Yes, of course, he had that big 75-yard run in the fourth quarter to push him over 100+ yards, but he was the only offensive player that could make anything happen today, whether it was running the Wildcat or taking it directly from under center. Braylon Allen was the difference maker. If there was anything for Wisconsin, he was only the production that the Badgers could produce tonight.
So when you look at Ohio State, they move on. Now they're going to face Rutgers next week here at home for a 3:30 kickoff. What can you build on from this game? Because they did so well, but there's obviously stuff to build on. I'm sure Ryan Day will say there is stuff to build on that they need to get better at. What do you think the Buckeyes need to do to improve from what they did today?
Yeah, I'll look at the offense a little bit. Like I said, of course, C.J. Stroud had 5 touchdowns through the air, and Trayvon Henderson, Mayan Williams combined for 258+ yards on the ground today. But we saw it a little bit today. C.J. Stroud's mobility, how can he improve that? Now, of course, we're going to go against Rutgers next week, but come down the line towards teams like Penn State, come Michigan State. How is he going to be able to handle that interior pressure and really be able to get away from those situations? We saw a little bit today. I want to see him keep doing that later down the season.
Ohio State victorious today at home. C.J. Stroud finishes the day 17 of 27, 281 yards, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception. Trayvon Henderson leads the way with 121 yards on 21 carries, and then Mayan Williams follows right behind him with 101 yards on 11 carries. Emeka Egbuka eclipses the 100 yards mark in passing game with 118 yards. Final thoughts on this game, Cole, before we go.
We talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, the top-tier teams in the country, Georgia, Alabama, and Ohio State is trying to crack their name above the 2. Of course, Georgia and Alabama did pull away with wins today, and Ohio State did as well. We won't likely see anything from those rankings, 1 through 3, but Ohio State is proving to everyone on national TV against a Wisconsin team that had the 11th best defense in the country, hey, we're here to play as well.
Ohio State victorious, 52-21 over Wisconsin. The blackout game at the Shoe. That was Kole Emplit. I'm Matt Goldman with Caleb Spinner and Tyler Danburg as well. Thanks so much for tuning in to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Have a nice night, and we'll see you next week for Rutgers.